time, I would ask that we say during our prayer that we would pray for God's wisdom and guidance as we start this process, and also pray for Mr. Hunt.
Let's go ahead. Heavenly Father, we just come humbly, Lord, seeking your wisdom, seeking knowledge, Lord, through the Holy Spirit, as you help us prepare for our budget this year. Through Jesus, but most of all, we are asking for comfort for Joe Huntsman and his family. God, give them peace and understanding. Lord, help us to all come together as one, as your children, Lord. We love you. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord.
As we start this process this morning, I just want to go over a few little things. As people come before us this morning, I want to remind all commissioners and everyone, we are not here to vote on a budget today. We're here to listen, to absorb what each person brings to us. We're not to do no motions, no amendments, or anything like that. We're not to criticize any department or how they run their department or anything like that. So I just wanted to put that out there this morning and get started. Is there any visitors wishing to address this committee at this time?
My name is Linda Noe, 2343 Joe Stevens Road. I actually have a question, and if you could answer it, I would appreciate it. I'd like to know when the budget was published on the county website for the public. I know certain times it was not, as I was checking, but I don't know when it finally actually was posted again for the public. Thank you.
Yes, Lord.
Tish Jones, 425 Lombardi Drive. I'm here from HCXL as the interim executive director in support of the school system and our children here in Hamlin County. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, we will move on now to old business, and we do not have any. We will start new business, and I just want to say something. It's uncharacteristic of us to have the school system come before us without a budget place. There was a hiccup. Mr. Bunch asked if he could still come before us and present most of the budget, and I said that was all right. So, good morning, Mr. Bunch, and welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for your time today. Thank you for your service as elected officials. Not the easiest of times to be here. Very happy to have so many of our board members here representing as well. I look forward to discussing how we propose to go forward into next year's budget, and also tell some of the great things that the numerous professionals that we have in our organization are doing to shape Hamlin County's future, one student at a time. Okay, you got to do it, or have I got to do it? Okay. Which button am I supposed to be hitting? I apologize. Good to go? Okay. That's much better. As I said, this is the Hamlin County Department of Education's proposed budget. We believe our vision is shaping Hamlin County's future one student at a time. If we don't perform our mission, Hamlin County cannot sustain its growth and continue to draw in industry partners and be a community that people want to walk into. We have not approved our budget. The Board of Education not approved it. We have a working session Tuesday, May the 19th at 5 o'clock And then we have a special meeting May the 19th at 6. We hope to finalize and approve that budget next week. We're less than $100,000 out of sync with the items that we're discussing. So we're very close, given the magnitude of the budget and where we're at. We're very, very close, and we can make it work. I want to start by showing some of the things that you've helped support us and some of the things that we've done. These are pictures of the new Lincoln Elementary School. Last year when we did this, we showed the ribbon cutting, and many of you were there and participated. We've now finished the punch list. We have everything done on the school. New sign. We've installed the playgrounds. It's a beautiful facility, and everyone that's going into it raves about how good it looks. And it even won a Tennessee School Board Association award for the architectural design at the state level, competing against anybody else that had built a new school last year. So the beauty of it and what it looks like is well recognized. Our teachers love it because it's enclosed classrooms and they can lock their doors, and it's made a big difference. This is one of the 2 new playgrounds that are there. I will draw your attention to the sparse grass, that area that is out in front of it, because I'll bring that up later in this presentation with a request to hold on to a little bit of money. This is, as you know, we've had a major project going forward to renovate our Meadowview and Lincoln Heights Middle School classrooms, to enclose those classrooms, to increase the safety, create a better learning environment. That has only been possible because of the bond money that you gave us. And we have executed what we thought was going to be a 2-year program in roughly 10 months. We did the movement of Lincoln, Meadowview last week. We'll move the Lincoln teachers in this week, and then we'll move the John Hay teachers out of John Hay and into the old Lincoln Elementary this week as well, so we can start another project that I'll be talking about in just a couple of minutes. This is Lincoln. You can see the color scheme. You can see the enclosed classrooms. We showed you the thank you video from the kids and everything at one of your Mission 4, but we just finished the punch list on this Thursday. There are 1 set of lockers that we have to put in at Meadowview. Everything else on both the schools is done, and we're rocking and rolling. This is the Meadowview. You can see the different color scheme, and you can see what it's looked like. And like I said, we just finished the punch list Thursday. I walked through with the contractor and with our architect and with our maintenance team to ensure that all of the things that were there that we needed to get fixed were taken care of. This is our Miller Boyd Annex. This is the old UAW building. You can see what it looks like on the left. That's the entryway in. And on the right is the cafeteria. We never had a cafeteria for these students that we sent to alternative school. We always brought the food in either from East High School, or we brought it in from John Hay Elementary, which wasn't of the same caliber of preparing the food there and serving breakfast and lunch fresh to the kids. I think it means a lot that we're taking care of those kids and we're moving forward, and we're really proud of what the facility looks like, and making a difference, hopefully getting them back on track if they've gone to the alternative school, back on track with discipline, while at the same time continue to educate them with the same curriculum we're using in all of our other classes. These are some rough schematics. You all approved a $40,000 coming out of the opioids funds. This is a rough schematic. I was just up there last week talking with the principal. They're starting to invite vendors in so that we can get a bid out soon, so that we can have something to help with many of our challenged kids that need more motion and movement around to be able to control their behaviors. And we'll be working on that in the very near future. But that is also something we would not have been able to have done without you all approving the opioid grant dollars coming to us for that. This is a picture of John Hay Elementary as it is today. This will be our next project. You can see one classroom where we have the kids in there either at their desk or sitting up front with a teacher. You can see a connecting classroom in the back with the kids seeing into the classroom and everything. That's what it is all around, open, other than the 2 fifth grade, they've made them 4th grade classrooms this year, 4th grade classrooms, and the 2 modulars that we have there but it's open concept, and once you get inside, you can go wherever you want throughout the school, and that creates a safety hazard. We, as I said earlier, are moving the teachers next week from John Hay over into the old Lincoln Elementary. The students will start there next year. We will start work on this building on the start work date's 15 June with a 365-day period of performance so that we can have them back in the following school year. And we're doing the ability to do this is because we didn't use all the monies you had allocated for the bond to do the Lincoln and Meadowview middle school projects. And you also provided us ARPA money that we've now got in our budget, and that'll cover everything we want to do here to enclose the classrooms, take care of the library, and add 2 classrooms on the back of the building so that we can get out of the modulars. So that is all what we got planned right now. Our SROs, I say thank you for this every year because they make such a big difference. And this continues to be a great news story. Their everyday presence in our schools is a strong deterrent if anyone were to decide they wanted to try to injure any of our most valued treasure, our students, or take any action. They are right there, visible with their patrol cars and everything to make people realize that today's not probably the day you want to try that. And so we've come a long way from this. When we started, we had 4. Today, we have them in every school building that we have, meaning 2 in each of the 3 elementary schools that have a primary as well as an intermediate. The only exception to having 2 buildings and only 1 SRO is at Miller Boyd for the alternative school, but it's right across the street and it's a small student population. We feel very comfortable with that. The other one the sheriff has implemented is the DARE program. That's been a great success as they teach kids not just about drug awareness, but they work with these young men and women so that they understand how to make good and smart decisions. We go through with You Trust, a thing to celebrate. This is part of the celebration of the kids, recognizing the great work that these SROs and how valuable they think they are. The other thing that I think is important, and I'm going to talk about it here, and I've got it on a later slide, is the embracement of the Handle with Care program by our local law enforcement. For those that don't know, Handle with Care, if there is a traumatic event in the family that a child may have seen, they will find out what school that is if they can, and then they send type something in the computer. It goes to 2 people in central office, myself and Dr. Christy Hogan Young, and it goes to 2 people in each school to make them aware this child is coming to school today. If they are there and something traumatic happened last night, just pay extra attention. That has been great. It makes us aware we can be ahead of the game when the kids come in the classroom so that we can engage, and if we see unusual behaviors, we can de-escalate the situation sooner or take action to isolate them off so that we don't have a significant impact. Final one I'll hit with this is what I've talked about many times. Many of our students have faced a lot of trauma, and a lot of them associate that trauma with our law enforcement officers going in and picking up a brother or an aunt or an uncle or mom or dad. Through this program, these young men and women are making connections with law enforcement that are outside what they've experienced in their homes, and we're hoping to flip that make a generational change in how they look at law enforcement, and they'll be better citizens as they move forward. The other part, because of these close relationships, these kids are not afraid to go tell them what's going on. They will approach them and let them know that what they've seen, and then the SROs can act in a more timely manner. I can't say thank you enough for everything the county's done to support this program. I know we get $75,000 for each school to have a SRO through the governor, but we need them. They make a big difference, and they keep our kids a lot safer. On the Lincoln Elementary project, this is the amount of money that you provided. The second line is how much money we spent. We did not spend all the money that you allocated to us, and we are going to turn roughly $2.6 million back over to the county because we didn't use it on the project. The one thing I would ask is that we have the ability to retain $300,000 of that, so I would really drop this down to $2.356 million, And the reason that I want to do that is you saw the sparse ground at Lincoln Elementary. We think we're still going to need to do some topsoil and grass work to make that into a better looking school. The ground there is not very supportive, and we need to do more work to make it look as good on the outside as it is on the inside with looks and with the professional teaching that's going on there. So I will be asking for you to allow me to do that. And the bottom line out of all those charts is just thank you. Thank you for your steady support. Thank you for what you have done to make education a priority. And we think we're doing a pretty good job with that priority you're giving us. These are some categories that I put down as we continue our journey toward excellence. We're not ever going to reach a destination. We're going to continue to try to do better and better and better, so it's going to constantly be a journey to keep improving. And you can see as you look, our achievement scores, that's the kids that are passing, those numbers are up. Our growth score, that's how much does a student learn during the school year as compared to the normal student in Tennessee. The analogy that many of us use to put it into something we can visualize, if you make one complete lap around the track, that means you scored about the average amount that a student would learn through the year, and you would get a growth score of 3. If you make that full lap plus significantly more, you're going to get a score of 5. Our overall score for the district last year was a 5, which means we're raising the education of the kids. We got more out. We taught them more and they learned more during the school year than the normal kids did across the rest of the state, and we're very, very proud of that. We had 4 A schools this last year. Previous year, we had only had 2. The district rated up to advancing. We still need to improve in that area. That's on Dr. Green and I are very committed to continuing our growth in that area. Our subgroup performance improved. That's multilingual learners, Hispanic, students with disabilities, economically disadvantaged. Those achievement scores also improved over the last year, so we're working some of those populations that may not have grown as much before. They did very well last year as well. Very proud that we had 9 reward schools last year. The previous 4 years, we had a total of 8. We had 9 schools this last year. The other one there that is more of a focus toward the future, that's Dr. Green's efforts with our early literacy task force. We still have a situation where 66.7% of our kids show up not kindergarten ready. And we have a 3rd grade test that's out there that they need to pass to keep moving. What Dr. Green is doing is working with our kindergartners and 1st grade teachers to focus on how we want to work literacy for them so that 3rd grade test is not such a big hurdle. That's addressing them right where they are and growing them up. We have tons of outstanding teachers who are working extremely hard to work on literacy, but they're not doing it in a coordinated effort so that they're all moving forward together. And what she's done is built a way that we're going to have the same goals and do that with K-1 so that we can increase that literacy and get at it early so that we improve our 3rd grade pass rate. On the Innovation and Awards, we finished our CTE expansion at West High. We got certificate of occupancy for all those classrooms probably about 4 weeks ago. We have won the School Nutrition Program State and Southeast Region Manner of the Year, Miss Marie Kyle. We had another Novice Teacher of the Year in Miss Lily Hudson out of Fairview Marguerite. MTSS, that's multi-tiered system of supports. That's how we engage kids that may have discipline or behavioral issues to try to make sure we're checking on them. We actually won an award for the way we've done that. We had a Presidential Teaching Award finalist, Miss Amy Hickson. We had School Nutrition State and Southeast Region Director of the Year, Miss Jennifer Buchanan. And then on this one, also, again, looking forward, and I could have easily put this over in academic success, is the other task I gave Dr. Green when she came in was we got to have a better plan on how we're going to use AI in our school system. And so she has built an AI task force. We're now rolling this out with the intent of lightening the workload on our teachers and utilizing it in an appropriate manner to not depend on it to educate kids, not get away from teaching the fundamentals and setting the foundation our students need, but utilizing it in some ways with that to make sure that our kids are aware of it, and maybe we can enrich them and move them a little bit further. Safety and infrastructure, you all approved the Energy Efficient Schools Initiative. That's ongoing. They're actually installing lights in my building over the last week and a half. We did get Raptor in our elementary schools. For those that don't know, that is the security system that when someone comes in, they give an ID card. That ID card is scanned. It runs through the sexual predator database to confirm whether those individuals should be allowed into school or not. We did not have that in the elementary schools until this year. We're still working our way through. It took us a while to get some of the hardware. But I talked to Alpha yesterday. They're using it. Russellville is using it. So we're in that process of trying to make sure the kids are safer. We did this year work with the 911 call center to get our video feeds connected in so that we have an emergency. They can immediately pick those up, help coordinate law enforcement and fire or emergency responder reaction times, and make that easier to do. And I talked about the other three there. Now I'm going to step into what we're doing with our school nutrition program. I am very proud of this team. You saw the awards they won a minute ago. All of our students still eat free breakfast and lunch. We have at least 2 more years where that's going to be paid for out of the state. We are evaluating whether we can re-up that to make it for another 4 years from when we renew, but the timing wasn't right to do that this year. The other item, I'm really proud of them. They did it last year for the first time. They're going to be doing it again this year, is summer bulk feeding. What that means is for every one of the, we have 3 locations. This year they're going to be Westview, Whitesburg, and Eastridge. And Witt, excuse me. Whitesburg, Westview, and Witt. And what happens, families will come in, and for every child that is under the age of 18 that is in the car, we will put bags in the trunk to feed them for 7 days. We believe that's going to be more than 50,000 meals we're going to serve. It is an amazing production. They do it all on their own. It's no money out of our budget. All the money is from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, so you're not paying for this. But it is a way for them to give back to that community so that they can, we can make sure our kids, while they're at times when they don't have food, they're not facing a crisis. Their beginning fund balance last year was $8,612,000. They need 3 months of operating expenses. Right now, they have an excess balance of $5.5 million. This is self-sustaining. This is not something you're putting dollars toward. So this is really just me letting you know how our school nutrition program is running and what they're putting the money toward. This is how they plan to spend off the excess fund balance. I'm not going to go into great detail on any of this, but I'm happy to try to answer any question you want. The one that if you're like me that you would kind of question, that's the test kitchen / classroom. That's about halfway down. We've actually had vendors tell us they will give us equipment that we can hook up and utilize, but we need a test kitchen to do that in, not try it out right in the school. And so that is one we're going to explore this year. Can we set up an area that we can try out new equipment that may go into our cafeterias, but do it in a way that it doesn't infringe on how we're trying to do our work? For federal, again, not monies that you all work at, but also monies that do contribute to what we're doing. We do not have our final allocations for what those are going to be this year, but last year when I briefed you, I was worried about this because there were indications that some of those funds were going to be reduced. This year, it appears the funds are going to stay level from what we had the previous year, so I'm not losing sleep over this one anywhere near like what I was last year. Last year, I thought we may lose somewhere between $600,000 and $1 million, but in the end, we did not. We still have been identified for having a significant disproportionality. I I've briefed you this before, but a finding of significant disproportionality means that within one of our demographic areas, in this case it is black students, they are overly identified. So if I have X percent of our students are black, and I have X plus a number of students that are black that have been identified with a learning disability compared to the rest of that population, the state will designate that we have a finding of significant disproportionality. What that means to us is the state comes in and sets 15% of the money that should be going to providing services to our students with special needs. They set that aside, and the only way those dollars can be spent is to try to address this finding of significant disproportionality. What that does in this year's budget, it means that I am going to, out of the general fund, propose to pay for 4.5 teacher assistants that because of the money they lost, they can no longer cover in their budget. We are working through this. It is only a handful of students, but our number one priority, we're never going to not categorize a student as needing special needs. If we believe they need additional supports, we're going to focus on taking care of the kids, and if we have to find another way to fund some things, then we'll try to go in and do that. That's what we're doing this year in the budget. Revenues. I will let you look at this. You can see the percent from the state, what we have in fund balance, and the local. The local also includes some Energy Efficient Schools Initiative money and ARPA funds. So that also contributes to that local share. This year, this one is the number that's a little lower this year is the salaries and benefits. Normally that is 80% or more. We believe that is really kind of artificially brought down because of the ARPA money and the other dollars that we've laid in for capital outlay that you have given us. Once those projects are done, that percent that's salary and benefits will go back up to what it normally is, which is over 80%. Four-letter word, TISA. This is where we currently believe we are with the Tennessee Investment in Student Achievement. You will note on the top line, we are down in our number of students. On the right-hand side, you can see how many we had when we were looking at TISA in the previous 3 years. And you can see the numbers that are generated below that. The number that we have a hold harmless this year is the same number that I briefed you last year we had a hold harmless, and that's on economically disadvantaged. That number, the state does not seem to be able to get to a consensus on how we measure it, and we end up chasing our tails most of the time trying to get to a number. And this year they left us at the same amount, same number of people that are characterized as economically disadvantaged in this 3,164 as they gave us the previous year. They're not really looking at what the number is that's actually generated. That number is just the number we had last year. And the state struggles every year, and every district around us is struggling because some years something goes into economically disadvantaged, other years it doesn't. There was a goal at the state this year to identify what that was, get a clear definition, and use it every year, and I'm not sure if that even passed the legislative body to get there. As a reminder, as I start talking later about kind of where our numbers are, direct and below is all state dollars. Above is shared, state, and local. Okay, so all those numbers below the direct line, those are direct dollars from the state that flow into our budget. The contribution that you have is the part that's above the direct line there. This is the, quite honestly, hard to describe how this chart gets made. The reality of it is the local share is put into a formula that's run through it's got two formulas that calculates, and it gives you, down at the bottom, you will see local calculated maintenance of effort. That number is up $524,000 from where it was last year. What that actually has done this year, regardless of what you do with the maintenance of effort, because that number has gone up, the amount of money the state's given us has gone down. And so the state is giving us $749,000 less than we got last year when I briefed you, which means at best our budget is staying, our line number of dollars coming in is staying flat or going down a little bit from what we had the previous year. Teacher salaries. I spent a lot of time talking about this last year, and I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about it this year because pretty much what I told you was going to happen is what has transpired. This is what the governor put in place that we had to have. We had to have a starting teacher salary at the start of next school year of $50,000 would be the min that a starting teacher could make. And we're on track to do that with the slides I'm going to show you in a minute. This is where we are. This year we were at $49,772 for a starting teacher salary basic with just a bachelor's degree coming in. I am proposing in the budget a 2% pay raise. That is the minimum that we can do and meet the state mandates. And when we do that, we will be at a position that the starting teacher salary would be $50,767. I remind you of that next line down at the bottom there. When we started this initiative, we were $2,900 above the state min starting teacher's salary. With the budget that I am proposing, we are only going to be $767 above that. It makes it much more challenging to be an employer of choice when the difference is less than $1,000 and you're trying to recruit people out of Hawkins County, Cocke County, Greene County, or other places to come work here. So that is a challenge that we're going to face, and it drove a couple of things we did in the budget to hopefully help us in those areas. Last year when I briefed you, I showed you some state ranking numbers for where we were. And on this chart, a low number is better. There are about 145 districts in the state. This is how the Tennessee Educators Association has looked at the pay scale, looked at everyone's across the state, and this is where we rank. These are 3 years of data, and you can see that we have gone up now in every one of the categories with the exception of the bachelor's, which is back up to what it was in 23-24. When I briefed you last year, I said, given the pay raise that I was giving, we are going to see our numbers go up from what they were the previous year, and that is exactly what it's done. I believe giving a 2% pay raise, we will probably go up in this area again next year. That's my expectation. That the rating will be higher, meaning that other districts are ahead of us and they're better paying their teachers than what we are. Our budget for this year. I'll start by saying I'm not asking for any additional dollars right now. I am asking you to let me execute my funding strategy that I have for this year, and I am going to ask you to consider how we move forward for next year because we're going to have to decide what we want to do in the county for a school district. I'll leave this up so you can take a look. I will hit just a couple of items, but I'm happy to hit anything else that you want to try to go over. Not listed up here, one of the first things that we had to do, you gave us $600,000 last year for a 1% pay raise for certified. That was non-recurring funds. We added $150,000 to that to make sure all of our employees got that pay raise, and we covered that. Now it's in the general fund so that we could do that. That was one of the first things that we had to go do. The proposal does do a 2% pay raise for everyone. The 15 teacher reduction, that is due to enrollment, and we are doing all of those through attrition. We are not walking into any school and saying, you no longer have a position in this area. The way that works for us, we had 4 elementary schools. Lincoln Elementary, Hillcrest Elementary, Union Heights Elementary, and Russellville Elementary. Those are the 4 schools that, based on student population, looking at their classrooms, they did not need as many teachers because the number of students had gone down. The other 10 of the other, 5 from Morristown East and 5 from Morristown West, our student population at the high school level has decreased since 2019, 2020. We had not taken any manpower reductions in that area. And so Dr. Green and Dr. Drennan went to the schools, worked with the administrators to figure out where they could, if someone left, either backfill or move another teacher within. And we've got a 10 teacher reduction there. The other teacher that we're eliminating the position from was a career and technical education. It is not that we're not going to provide that class. It is that we had 2 teachers. 1 is enough to cover the class workload, and so we're repurposing that teaching position into another area so that we can still provide the career and technical education. We have done reductions in software and technology. Health insurance, I do want to point out, because this year we were told we had to plan for a 12.3% increase in health insurance. Okay? That is a big number, folks, for what we're doing. What we have also done is the budget that I proposed has 2 line items. One of those is add $500 to family care for their health insurance, and then the line below that is add another $500 for family insurance plans. The reason that we did that with only a 2% pay raise and a 12.3% increase in health insurance, if I don't add that money into helping them out, they're going to get a pay raise and probably have a lower paycheck. And so I'm trying to address that in that manner for what we're doing. We are handling inflationary increases for all the other items that we normally do, and I'll show you some numbers in a minute on what that looks like. We are purchasing buses according to our replacement plan, and we are continuing Grow Your Own. That is where we have teachers come in, they finish their classwork, they work in the schools while they're doing either with Western Governors University to get their certification, but we did cut that program in half based on the amount of money that we've got available in the budget. Any questions on any of this? Yes, ma'am.
So with the 2% and you're losing some teachers, well, not losing. You don't have a need for some of the teachers. I would think that would kind of balance itself out with,
The teacher reduction is about $1.2 million. A 2% pay raise that we normally plan with is about $600,000 to $650,000 per percent for our certified. The state set a minimum that we had to do a teacher pay raise of at least $1.25 million. And so we are meeting that, but there are multiple other things that go into trying to make that balance.
well, I was just thinking some of those teachers who will be losing their position at that school. In other words, if I had a house here and, you know, yeah, okay,
Can I,
please,
no teacher is losing their job,
right.
okay? So here's how we handled this at East Ridge last year.
Yes, sir.
East Ridge had 1 too many teachers based on the state averages. They did not have anybody retire. They did not have anybody resign, and they renewed all of their teachers. I let them run the entire year last year with 1 more teacher than what they were budgeted for. I ate the difference out of fund balance or lapse rate. This year, they have somebody that's going to retire. They do not get to rehire. So I am not going in and doing that. What I am doing is, as someone retires, we won't replace. Does that make sense, ma'am?
Yes, sir, thank you.
And that's the strategy we've had, other than any positions. And I treat that one a little differently than I do 100-day contracts. 100-day contracts are part-time. They're year to year. I don't see that the same as someone that's
All right.
annually going forward.
Ms. Green, You got a question?
Yes, what is your teacher-student ratio at this point?
For K to 3, the average that I can have is 1 to 20 with a max of 1 to 25. For 4 to 6, it is average of 1 to 25 with a max of 1 to 30. 7 to 12, it's 1 to 30 average with a max of 1 to 35.
Thank you, sir.
And these numbers that we have made the reductions on are all based on being able to achieve those and stay within the boundaries of what the state has given us.
Good, good, good. Thank you.
Capital projects, you can see what's up here. This one is $2 million less than what we budgeted last year. Some of that we are paying forward this year with the other $2 million to take care of some fencing and some other projects that we had the money still available for that we hadn't executed. Last year we had a $1.2 million boiler that we had to do at East High. That was one of the things that I let you all know we were going to do because as we were going into the Energy Efficient Schools Initiative. But this year we've added a lot more money into HVAC replacements because as we go into Energy Efficient Schools Initiative, we're going to find HVACs we got to replace or we got to work on the humidity within the schools. So we've adjusted it up and down based on that. Another item that we had last year that is not in here this year is Long Rail Track. That is a city property that the city is going through the process with the state to transfer over to us if the state will allow that to happen. But the first thing we got is we've got a sinkhole that's probably as big as the one we have at our transportation garage, and that's about an $80,000 fix. We're going to not allocate dollars toward that until we figure out where is the property going to come, is it going to come to us, and if it does, how are we going to move forward? So we're trying to be very judicious with what we've got here. Things to consider. I briefed you this chart last year to show you what the TISA base increase is. That means and predominantly what that is supposed to be for. It's intended to support teacher pay raise mandate, inflation, and employee benefit increases. But what I showed you on our charts, we're actually not getting any more money this year than what we had last year, and that's how much the dollars should have gone up. I asked Mr. Ladd to build this chart. I had a variant of it in the briefing last year. You can see the maintenance of effort has stayed steady. Listed below that, and all of the dollars below are not just what would be county dollars. That is a combination of county and state provided funds. So the state specified that those salaries all the way across for the men required teacher pay raise. You can see that's been roughly $1.25 to $1.8 million each of the last 4 years. Health insurance, that's how much our health insurance has gone up each of the last 4 years. You can see what our property, liability, and cybersecurity has done each of those years. And then what I asked him to do is show how much more money that would be each year, because most of those items are not a one-time cost. If I pay for it in 23, 24, that $1.9 million rolled over into next year, which means really I've got to have $3.7 million. And that rolls over into the next year. So it is growing that we're facing these increasing costs. And if county was at 30% share of those increases, we would be seeing about $2.3 million more dollars in our maintenance of effort. I point that out because maintenance of effort is touchy. I got it. And I understand the concerns. But with increasing costs, the only thing I'm going to have is going to be that I'm going to have to start cutting services we're providing to the families and the way we're doing things in the schools. And this year I have done everything, and my strategy to fund it I'll show you, but this year I'm trying to limp through this year to hopefully get some more support for increasing that so we can plan. Right now, I do not have a lot of, every year I put on here unfunded legislative mandates. We have had a number of those over the years. Tutoring that's now mandated, we didn't get any money from the state for. Going into a system that constantly updates background checks so that we're not doing them every 5 years, we got no money for. Mandated substitute teacher training annually that we didn't get any money to cover. Those are all unfunded mandates. There are over 80 bills that were passed that directly impacted education. It's been hard to get a good handle on that because most of those have been changing so quickly at the last minute. And some of them are still don't have the official language out and released. So that's an area that we're going to have to continue to watch. Okay? We are aware that with what's going on in Iran and what's going on around the world, sales tax may be something that gets hit. So we're watching that. And then the last item, right now, based on this budget, I am assuming risk in that I did not increase the amount of money we had set aside for fuel. Okay? We are still executing within the burn rate that we needed to execute this year. It's really going to depend on how long the conflict in the Middle East goes and when oil prices come down. But right now, I did not put any additional dollars into the budget for rising fuel costs. That is not in there. This is a chart that we get from the county every month so that we can track how many revenues are coming in and the sources that we budgeted for. On the right-hand side, the one that's always the most stable is the property tax, and that is under budget by a little right now, underperforming, but not very much, and that one usually stabilizes out to be within plus or minus 0.5. It's going to be really close. That's not one that we worry a whole lot. It's very stable. On the sales tax, if you look at that, you can see that we are exceeding that right now by 21%. And as a reminder, I know you all know this, come 1 July, anything that is in excess of the $18,890,000 that was projected, anything in excess of that rolls over into fund balance on 1 July. And it goes to keep our fund balance healthy and the dollars come there. This is what that sales tax revenue has been over the last 4 years. Right now, we project that to be just less than $4 million this year. And you can see the numbers that it's been there before. This really leads to a very healthy fund balance, but I am proposing to use some of the fund balance to make it through this year as we go forward. Outcomes. If you remember back on the TISA chart, there was a bottom line. It didn't have any numbers. It basically had TBD. That's outcome funds. Outcome funds are direct funds from the state. They come based on how many kids passed the 3rd grade test, how they did, and it changes from year to year, but it's 7th and 8th grade math and English, and how the kids perform and how many CT certificates, we get an amount of money. Really, I'm pretty much given flexibility to spend those dollars where I want to. They're not dollars that you all allocated to me, and I've been very frugal with them. I've been very frugal with them because I've been worried about this budget for 2+ years. And so right now I have within the district roughly $1.63 million of outcome funds that I've held back and I've not distributed out to the schools to go spend on stuff. Okay? On the other side, you'll see our fund balance. That is our best estimate right now for what our fund balance is going to be at the end of the year when we look at what we're doing in our capital expenditures right now, what the projection is for sales tax beyond what was budgeted. We believe at the end of all that, looking at everything, we'll have about $23.4 million there. Our capital and our buses will come out of that, which means we believe we will start next year with a little over $18 million in our fund balance. In our cuts this year, we have cut over $2.4 million out, but items that we have to fund are $6.4 million, leaving us a difference of just about $4 million that we are short. My proposal for how we're going to budget this out is take 1.4 out of our outcome funds and 2.5 to 2.6 out of our fund balance to lay it flat and make sure we're starting the year. And what will happen is we'll take it out of the fund balance that we have now, plan for that in the budget, and then come 1 July, those dollars beyond the projected sales tax revenues will replenish the fund balance so that our fund balance remains healthy. I say no additional personnel in the schools. We did very, very minor changes. My actual requests from the schools was about $1.6 to $1.7 million for personnel in the schools. We are not doing that. Much of that was teacher assistants and additional assistant principals, some other folks. The only changes that we have made have been based on student population and needs. As an example, we have our number of English second language students has gone down a little bit. We have to man that at a 1 to 35 student-teacher ratio, teacher-student ratio. We're going to be able to reduce 1/2 of an English second language teacher. By the same token, one of our elementary schools has seen a pretty dramatic increase in number of students with unique learning needs or special needs. We've had to add a 1/2 special ed teacher into that school to make sure we can provide the services for the students. So it's not that we're out adding a bunch of people into the schools. We're just doing what we got to do to meet the requirements to take care of the kids. We're not really giving the raise that I would love to give. $767 above the men's starting teacher salary is not where I would really like to be. But hopefully we're going to offset that by providing more dollars toward the family health insurance. We are going to, this year for the first time, do free pre-K for our staff. That's not a huge amount of money, but it can be a driver to incentivize someone to come in. It also mirrors what Jeff County does. So we're looking at some of those things we can do. If I can't give you more money, is there something else I can do to try to incentivize you to stay with us a little bit more? And we're not completely addressing our behavioral issues. We're still seeing extreme behaviors, particularly in our young elementary kids. We had one school where we had one child attack 6 adults in a 1-week period. Okay? We need more behaviorists. We need more people there to help de-escalate. We're already doing a lot of training in those areas, but I can't do it and drive it the way I need to based on the budget that I got right now. I think what our staff would really like, Dr. Green can correct me if I get this wrong, they would like a behaviorist trained individual in every one of the schools. We've moved away from one of our models to get more of them out in the field, but they're still getting overwhelmed and we need more support. This is the budget that we have proposed. And as I said, while it isn't final, it's very close. It's less than, it's $75,000 would be my, off the top of my cranium, rough guess. It's less than $75,000 that we're out of sync right now. And I know we'll be able to address that as we go into Tuesday night's special working session. We'll figure that out. This is my final chart. You saw it earlier. I added it back in. The question that's down at the bottom is what we're going to have to face. What kind of school district do we want for the county? We believe it's critically important to educate our kids. I think our performance with our staff is phenomenal. I feel very blessed to get to work for them each and every day. The question we're going to have to figure out is, how do we want to move forward? That's what we're going to have to figure out. And I'm pending any questions. That is the last thing that I have. Yes, sir.
Yes, I think I brought this up last year, and we're funding right now as a county the 5 SROs. that we don't get reimbursed from the state because of the school.
Yes, sir. That's
Yeah.
exactly, I was,
I
I'm not trying to be rude. I'm doing the mental calculation really quick, trying in my brain.
Because of school numbering.
Yes, sir.
And you know more about that system than I do. And that's recurring.
Yes, sir.
At least, maybe closer to 400,000. Is there anything on the school's end that you can do to be able to count those schools as numbered so we can get that 75,000 per reimbursement?
Sir, it's a great question. We can do that. I will need more money in my budget for the staff that gets generated by driving to a new school number than you will get for the 75,000 that you would get out of the state. Because I got to have a principal, I got to have a bookkeeper. What we've got set up right now, and what we went through this drill, I think the first full year that I was here, we need comparability. We need a teacher in every classroom within the state ratios that we got to have. For certain size, I got to have a principal, I got to have an assistant principal, I got to have a bookkeeper, and we look at all the TAs and everything. If we do that and we change it around, it will actually, when we did the math, it will drive more cost to us than you would get out of the $75,000.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Green?
Chairman, question and comment. First of all, when I went in almost 4 years ago, I sat in the dentist's office, and the lady told me that you had put in locks on doors that were not there before, so thank you. For being a grandmother, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Second question, you were talking about de-escalation. I know Hamlin County lost a lawsuit through the sheriff's department, and it was ordered for de-escalation training to be given to our deputies. Is that something possibly that we could share with you and cut your cost and do the job too?
So, ma'am, we got an opioid grant, not one that you all did, for $500,000 last year. We are using those dollars to get a program out of Cornell University that Knox County uses. We've trained individuals in each school. They are trained the trainer qualified, and we're using that. We're teaching all of our staff about de-escalation, and then we're taking a smaller subset of that staff and training them, unfortunately, for when we have to restrain kids. And so we are already working the whole de-escalation thing. One of the items that I'm watching in the legislative body, there was a bill that proposed 2 hours of de-escalation training for all schools and all school personnel. I believe what we get out of Cornell University and those professional trainers is going to be better than anything the state's going to give me. Sorry, not trying to be rude to the state, but I feel very good with the way they've done it. Knox County uses it and getting great results. I think it's helping us in many ways as we try to de-escalate. Our goal is de-escalate as quickly as possible and have those people that when we have to restrain a kid, they know the right way to do it so that we can go in and do it in a timely manner. We try to avoid restraint. We don't like that at all. But if a child is going to be in danger of harming him or herself, their classmates, or staff, then we have to take that necessary action to be able to get them out and control.
Does that include your SROs?
The SROs do not go through that de-escalation training with us.
Okay,
They do not.
thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Carden?
On the capital project, just to highlight, I mean, I marked 4, athletic facilities, what just generic like that one, the fencing, land acquisition, paving, and roof, just generically like where are those or what those are for.
So every year we put some dollars in the event that property comes open that we may wish to acquire. And so we look at what are those regularly. And so we didn't buy anything in the last couple of years. We are right now closing on the lodge over on Lincoln Avenue. We're procuring that because it touches land that we have in the back. And so that is a placeholder in the event somebody comes to us and we want to hire. On the paving and resurfacing, we budget a certain amount for that every year, and that number is the same number that we have in case we got to repair a parking lot or something else that's going on. Athletic facilities, let me look here. Trying to compare last year to this year. Jared, if you've got that, throw it at me. But that is where we would do things such as if we need a wrestling and we can get the cost down, that's the one we've been trying to do. West High is trying to build a softball for their, for the Lady Trojans. Those are all what those are kind of going for. Was there another one I missed?
And the roof, is that just general?
The roofing, actually the roofing number, and that was actually a good news story that I was supposed to talk about. That's a great question. Thank you very much. The roofing number is significantly lower than it has been in previous years because we had a 5-year plan and we executed it in 4 years. So we removed the money out of that and moved it to other things.
Thank you.
Sir.
Mr. Reed?
Question for you. Coming out of COVID, school systems were awarded so much, I believe it was called ESSER money.
There was ESSER funds.
Yeah. Some systems, it went towards structure, repair. We hired some extra teachers, and I'm looking at that 15 that you're losing. Many of those teachers, and I don't know if all of them, they were hired for on a 1-year basis. Are they still working? Are they released after 1 year? What's the situation?
So I would disagree in slightly, just in phraseology. The first year that I was in, we started drawing the line on what positions are we going to keep when the ESSER dollars run out. And we started drawing down after that first year, and we said, these are going to come out because those dollars are going to go away and we're not going to be able to fund them. And so many of those positions that we added, they're already gone. The only thing right now that we have kept, and I believe it has a great deal to do with that academic success, what we left in each school was we left one certified individual in each school at the elementary level. We have 11 elementary schools, 7 large, 4 small. The 7 large got an individual to either be a reading interventionist or to be an instructional facilitator. Each middle school got one position to be an instructional facilitator. We have kept that in our budget. That is what's paying dividends, I believe, for helping us get the results we're getting. If our budget doesn't get better, then that'll be one of the first areas we have to go look at. The other positions that we kept coming out of that, right now, we have a nurse in every school, with the exception of Miller Boyd. We actually have one in Miller Boyd now because we have a student that we felt more comfortable having a nurse there all the time. That student was at Miller Boyd. I won't go into any more details than that. I don't want to identify what the kid is. But like for Alpha Primary and Alpha Intermediate, each of those buildings has a nurse. We did that because we thought that was what the families would want. That'll be another area if our budget doesn't improve, I'll have to go back and take a look at. Each of our small elementary schools had a nurse half a day. Now they have a nurse every day. If we have to make the decision based on budget that we're going back to half days, that'll be something we have to communicate to the families, and we'll have to see what their response is. We started whittling most of those positions away the first year that I got here because I knew the money was going to run out. So we've got one extra above in the classroom. We added one IT person at each high school. Those started during COVID because we were doing it and because of the workload, we kept those. We added 2 social workers, and we have added a guidance counselor at each school. Those are the biggest ones that I would say off the top of my cranium that we kept from the ESSER funds. The rest of it we got out of.
So how many positions did we keep that were 1-year positions?
So you're talking about 1 year. I don't know how they went back and did it and said they were only going to be 1 year. That's before me.
Yeah, I know.
When I walked in, I saw what we had realized the money was going to go away, and started trying to draw down to be able to execute within the budget that I thought was coming.
Mr. Bunch, can you, before you sit down, I think in the article here, I mean, your budget plan, you're showing 283 less students, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you, are you all tracking that to see, is most of that related to, I know the county's growing, but the county's also having people move in without children. Our senior classes seem to be following, but is a lot of it due to what I consider the governor's attack on public education?
So most of the students that we have lost to either online or homeschool, not to private school.
Not to private.
Not to private. And where we saw the biggest drop this year from a cohort, what I mean by that is, a cohort is you were 9th grade last year, you're 10th grade this year. The biggest drop we saw this year was between 10th grade and 11th grade. That number was roughly 70 when I ran the number earlier this year. Where we're seeing the biggest drop in students is at the high school level. And so what we also are finding between September and December, we lost, I'm going to say 82 students. Don't hold me exactly accountable, but it was more than 80. Over 60% of those, they were not showing up for school. We put them on attendance contracts, and their parents pulled them out to either homeschool them or put them in online school. And so trying to make them come to school is causing some of the families to pull them out, and they're going to homeschool them. But that's where we're losing them.
Thank you. I just wanted
No, that's
everybody
good.
to understand that. Is all minds clear?
Mr. Just a statement on behalf of the, thinking about cuts and what would you do. I happen to be a substitute nurse in the school system. It is not just Band-Aids and bruises and small incidences of runny noses. It's a constant daily giving of medications, diabetic medications, seizure medications. It is a tough job, and I'm not able to help out much, but when the nurse is not there, the teachers have to take over. And it is a big deal. I was very surprised. When I was growing up, it was Band-Aids and runny noses.
It's everything from a child with diabetes that you're trying to monitor on an iPad what their blood sugar rates are through the day. It is a seizure that a kid's had that is prone to that. It is a staff member who is having a heart attack. And it is, how do you treat a monkey bite? Because we had that one this year where a family had a monkey in the home. The kid was bitten at home and did not appear to have been treated, and they brought him into school, and we patched the kid up with antibiotics and everything else to try to take care of them. It is checking kids for bed bugs and lice. Many of you probably aren't aware. If you've been in the school system, you are aware. We have washers and dryers and clothes in every one of our buildings because quite often we'll have the kids come in. We had a situation last year where the kids would come in. We would check them for bed bugs. We would give them a new set of clothes, wash their clothes, give them back to them to take them home. So nurses got to do a lot.
Mr. Doty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bunch, I just want to say thank you for putting the nurses there, because it's not just having a medical professional there. It's having one that's there every day that knows each child. Because when you have these, especially in the grade school, I have a 7-year-old that is at Russellville Primary right now. She has no issues, but she doesn't have the mental ability to know every medical issue she has, whereas if you've got a nurse there, yes, they can read the chart, but that takes time. And if they are already aware of the children that are there and what needs there are, they can track it so much better. And I want to thank you for doing that. my other question is, I've discussed this with you before, and you brought up the instance if there's been a family emergency at home. There's been, as a lot of the juvenile court system calls it, the trauma-informed. Have you looked into or gotten the training, not just for the administrators, but for the educators on that, so that they know how to deal with, because it's not just, okay, we're gonna move them over here, because that can be as detrimental as doing nothing.
So the Handle with Care, I believe, feeds into that, so we're watching them. The multi-tier system of supports, that is, we know who the kids are that have been identified, and we keep a closer eye on them. They may have daily check-ins with certain adults that they trust. And so Lincoln Elementary is a trauma-informed school. That school has gone more. We have not broadened that out. We feel with the Handle with Care, what we're doing with MTSS, how we're doing our de-escalation training and what we're looking at, that we've got a reasonable, we could always be better. We'll never deny that, but that's kind of where we're at. The one item I can't believe I didn't even talk about because we got it for free. We actually have telehealth right now in 5 of our schools. And so we can actually link in with Children's Hospital on the iPads that they provide, and they can check the kids, and they can either send them back to class or they can get meds brought to the school. The parents can video in to watch it all. All of that is part of trying to alleviate some of the workload on parents. If we can do it with a nurse practitioner versus having the families have to come out of the workforce to come in, that's another program we've done this year that's been really successful at, I would say, both of our Lincolns and Union Heights more so than anywhere else. Hillcrest and Russellville are the other schools that use it. They've just not had as many people utilizing the service.
All minds clear. Thank you, Mr. Bunch, you and your staff that came today, and I want to thank the board members that are here. We appreciate everything that you all do for the community. We're going to take a 5-minute bathroom break and be back, hit the floor running. I didn't mention this at the start. Make sure you silence your phones so we won't have any kind of interruptions. In your budget book, you will go to tab 6. We will welcome Mr. Keith Ely. Floor is yours, Mr. Ely.
Thank you, sir. Where would you like to start, Mr. Chairman? Which,
I think we've got you starting at tab 6. Board.
Is that the Board of Equalization?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Board of Equalization, that's unchanged from last year, no changes.
Move to tab 13, which is the GIS tab.
On the GSI, that's unchanged also, except for state retirement, change in it, and also longevity. So there's really no change on my part.
Go to tab 18, which is the Assessor of Properties tab.
Okay, on this one here, basically the only change on there, I am asking for an additional person for the department. Let me give you the reason for that. Right now I'm running with 5 people, have since I've been in the office for 22 years. But in that 22 years, we have went from 31,000 parcels to 35,576, which is about a 16% increase. Also, we have went from $3 billion that we oversee to $10 billion. Now that's kind of inflated. You can't go off of that per se because we've had reappraisals over the years and so forth, but we have increased about $1 billion over the last 22 years we're overseeing. And that's from patios, garages, houses, industrial buildings, and so forth. So, and one other thing too, just for your information, per TCA code 67-1-506, it states that the assessor property should have a deputy for every 4,500 parcels. Well, at 31,500 parcels, we should have 6 deputies, and like I said, we're running with 5. But we've done fine, okay? But now we're getting close to having 7 deputies since we're at 35,000 parcels, but I'm only asking for 1. And really the reason I'm asking for that 1 is we're going from a 5-year reappraisal to a 4-year reappraisal plan with an indexing in year 2, so it's quite a bit more work for us. So that's why we're asking for that 1 person.
That's the $35,000.
Sir. And that's really the only change in that budget. Any questions on that?
Any, Mr. Horner?
Well, since Todd Marshall will be leaving yours, right?
Yes.
So is that?
No, that's, I've already backfilled that,
Oh,
so that's still one of my 5.
Right.
Okay?
Thank you.
So,
Anyone else? Mr. Neesmith?
That's $60,000 for that extra person.
that includes benefits.
Insurance.
Yes, sir.
retirement, Everything.
Yes, sir, that's correct, isn't it?
What you pay per deputy right now?
What do we put in here? We put in, $35,000 for a new person.
So with longevity and everything else, it's equal to about 60,000.
Yes, sir. Well, there's a few other things in there, but, I mean, you know, the medical insurance and stuff, state retirement and all that, but yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else on that tab?
Okay.
Go to tab 19, reappraisal program.
We have an increase about $1,700 on that. $1,500 of it is from the state. As you know, our software system and stuff, we get it from the state of Tennessee, and they charge us per parcel. And with the increase in parcels, like last year, we almost increased probably almost 800 parcels. We had Serenity Cove come on board. We had Millstone Golf Course and stuff. So that number is generated based off parcel count. And they're telling us to expect about a $1,500 fee increase from them. And that's what that is.
That's cheap.
Anybody got a question on that tab? I think that's it, Mr. Ely.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you coming today.
Thank you. Appreciate you all for everything you do for me.
We will move to tab 9 with the election commissioner, Mr. Jeff Gardner. Welcome.
Thank you. Really, the only change you see in ours is the typical change that from last year, budget year, we only had 1 election. This budget year, we're paying for 2 elections. So, open to any questions regarding the budget. Yes.
Ms. Howe.
How did this election, having them at different places, how did that work? Well, for you or not?
You're talking about early voting with the new locations? Actually, they work great. The West End did better than what we expected. East End took 2 elections to kind of get settled. And yes, we really enjoyed the numbers that turned out down there on your end.
Ms. Green.
She asked exactly what I wanted to know, but thank you.
You weren't overrun with voters, were you?
No,
Thank you.
no, we wasn't. This election was a little disappointing.
No
Amen.
standing in line.
Wasn't much of a line.
Amen.
I noticed in the rentals, we had where you was renting to store stuff. Now, you're not doing that no more, are you?
Yes, and hopefully by about October, we'll be moving all that equipment out.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Gardner, appreciate you coming
Yeah.
today. Thank you. Go to the register of deeds, Mr. Jim Clausen, tab 10. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to announce that I'm leaving the registrar's office in good hands, in good shape. We have a book project, digital book project that I have been working on for 30 years. It is coming to an end. These commissions over the last 30 years have funded this project every single year since 1996. And this job is now almost complete. Every record in this, every transaction in Hamlin County, in the history of Hamlin County, is now digitized in that office. And it's, I want to thank the commission. I think Mr. Harville's father was on the first commission that funded that project, and it's been funded for 30 years. No commission has ever denied funding for this project, so I want to thank you all. The biggest thing this budget, I'm asking for a decrease in part-time personnel because of I'm winding that project down, $15,000 decrease. Medical insurance has gone up a little. Also, I'm asking for some travel expense for Mr. Marshall for the new register. But other than that, everything, I'm not asking for any additional dollars. It just continues to run. It continues to just perk along, and no audit findings. I don't think I've had an audit finding in 20 years.
Excellent.
But I've got a staff that makes me look awful good, and they take care, and they do a great job. And so Mr. Marshall he's going to inherit a good office.
Ms. Howe.
Any questions?
Ms. Howe.
You have done an amazing job. We certainly appreciate all that
Thank you, Peggy.
you've been diligent about. Thank you.
Mr. Neesmith.
Chief Nally, thank you very much for your job.
Thank y'all.
Ms. Green.
First of all, no audit findings. You're to be congratulated. Never seen another department that done that, so thank you. And happy retirement, young man.
Thank you. Thank you all. Any other questions?
Mr. Clausen, I think speak on the part of this commission. We want to thank you for a job well done. Enjoy your retirement.
I will. Thank you. Been blessed.
Amen.
Move to Tommy McKinney. We'll start with planning and zoning on tab 11.
Thank you, Chairman Long, Commission. I think mine's pretty, it's pretty low, but there's just, like in the planning and zoning contracts with private agencies, as you can see that we were getting close this year as far as money spent. So Amanda and I sat down and thought that, the $2,500 increase would be, sufficient, being that things are getting more expensive as far as, contracts with other agencies and so forth. So other than that, we have reduced legal spending, and printing and stationery forms kind of offset that some because we never needed some of those services. So any questions on planning or?
Move to tab 12.
That's the Codes Enforcement Department. There's nothing changed on it. We've just left it pretty much the same, so.
Anybody on that? Ms. Green?
Are you having very many codes enforcement inquiries at this point? I'm just curious.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
How long is it taking to take care of them?
Well, it depends on what it is. Bulk waste is one issue that Codes takes care of. Stormwater issues usually are the fastest because you just go, look, make an assessment and come back and, deal with it. Bulk waste is picture taking and that kind of thing, but property maintenance takes quite a bit longer. So it's usually like Somebody fills out a request for, they see a violation, you go make pictures, you bring things up on the GIS map, make sure you got everything ready, because that one may go to court. Usually takes quite a bit longer for those.
I'm curious on your property management, property maintenance, sorry for the wrong wordage. What exactly are you getting on that? Because I didn't realize we were still having a problem with that.
Yes, ma'am. There's always somebody that's not cutting their grass, their houses, you know, their gutters are falling down, their windows are broken, the neighbors are complaining, there's cars, you know, sitting there with no, you know, engines in them and that kind of thing. There's always property maintenance. It has slowed down some since we started it several years ago, but it's property maintenance is still an issue.
I didn't realize that we looked at gutters. I mean,
Yeah.
that's amazing. I mean, that's something you can't help.
Yes, ma'am. Well, it's in the regulation. If you want to maybe read through it, it's a small regulation compared to some of the other ones, but if you want to read through there, there's the way you keep your house and things like that has a lot to, it's not like an HOA where they tell you what color to paint your house and that kind of thing, but it is something that, you know, aesthetically you would like for your neighbor's house to look better.
Are all those on your webpage?
The
Every regulation?
Yes, ma'am. The regulations are on the webpage.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Neesmith?
About the gutters, isn't it? When you go by a house and see a 3-foot bush growing out of the gutter, that's a gutter problem.
Amen.
Next
Amen.
thing,
Amen.
Tommy, is our maintenance around our houses going up or going down? Are we improving any? Over
Yes,
the
sir,
last
we are.
5 years?
Yes, sir. We don't have as many as we did several years ago.
Okay. Next thing on campers, what's the deal on campers?
I thought we were kind of at a budget hearing.
Yes, we are at a budget hearing.
Okay.
I didn't hear you.
We are at a budget hearing, Mr. Neesmith. That's a subject for a later time. Anybody else? Ms. Howe?
There are people who, you know, when they get rid of their sofa, they put it in the pickup truck and they go into the landfills and take care of it that way, and then they assume the cost. And then there are people who, you know, just imagine the problem with the bulk waste is they'll set it out and have the crew come and pick it up when they can. Is there any way, you know, and I realize not everybody has a pickup, but is there any way we could say, yes, that's gonna be picked up, but there's a $15 charge for that?
Basically, when it comes to bulk waste, we have a very, very massive problem with it in Hammond County. And with me and Commissioner Richardson and Jeff at the Highway Department, we're all kind of looking into it as best we can right now, but it is a very major issue. And I've not seen anything that we can do right now to, you know, money-wise or anything else to address it. We're still looking into it. I mean, Mike may have a little bit more insight on it, you know, at a later time, but bulk waste is a big problem, a very big problem in the county.
Let's move to tab 50. Stormwater management.
Mm-hmm. This is, this one item asking for $2,500 more is just for a contract for our stormwater engineer. He is asking for a new contract, and he also had stated that his fees would be going up. They haven't went up in the 2 years that I've been there, so, but that's pretty much all we have on that one, so.
All righty, Mr. McKinney, I appreciate you coming before us today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go to Mr. Terry Myers. Maintenance, it'll be tab 14.
All right, where do you want to start?
Go ahead and.
I've had to have increase on custodial personnel. It's $40,695. I've increased on my part-time at $20,475. My maintenance agreements have changed because of the new Justice Center. There's $56,000 on one. Other contracted service is $40,000. Of course, the electricity's, that's went up $50,000. On natural gas, $100,000, new Justice Center. I'm needing $9,000 for maintenance equipment, new mowers, stuff to take care of it with, some carts, trailers, trimmers, such stuff like that, you know.
Yes, Ms. Hale.
Go ahead.
It's all county clean, right? So rather than place it in the health department's budget, we've moved it this year to Terry's budget because it will be for more than the health department. So that's why that $40,000 is there. And then if you look at the health department, we'll go through it this afternoon, but there's a reduction there for the same.
Okay.
Any questions?
Terry, how's the AC units on this?
This,
I know we had to replace one, was it last year?
and I replaced a rooftop on the new side. All of these over here have been replaced in the last 8 years. I've changed 16 of them out.
Okay, Ms. Green?
I'm assuming the 40,000 is a new employee and the 20,000 is a new part-time employee, sir?
No, I overspent on my part-time.
Okay.
I usually know, I have a retired employee that comes and helps me one day a week, so I don't have to call in the big guys. He comes and helps me, and I use that and custodial.
Okay.
Could you pull your mic up where I can hear what you're saying?
Maybe.
I need some maintenance.
Amen.
Okay, is that better?
It's a lot better.
Okay.
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you do.
Yes, sir.
Amen.
Is that true? Mr. Mars, can you come back to the podium just a second? Is it true that you're retiring and leaving us in June?
Yes, sir.
Well, have a great retirement, and we appreciate everything you've done for us.
Thank you. I hope to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, well. The man that handles all the money. Mr. Long, appreciate you for being here today. Go to tab 20.
Good morning, everyone. I thought my budget was pretty good until I look and see one of your line items, Miranda. Help me understand that. Is this full 21,000? Is that?
So it's starting, I will say in his office, he's had some employees change their health insurance coverage, like go from employee only to employee and child or employee and spouse. So that's why we have to increase his medical insurance line.
21,000.
Almost 22,000. That's for that one.
Is that just for the one?
Two,
Oh.
for two last year.
Oh,
We're
two.
looking at not what you're at right now, but where we started.
Okay, okay. Okay. So we really didn't have any changes much except membership dues. That's with doing with our coach membership, trustees, maintenance agreement. That one going up is the software that we use within our office. We're holding our stamp charges because we had a little balance there. So we're trying to start a new email program, which we have to pay for that, where people can sign up for email bills. We've got to move forward toward elimination of paper eventually. Then the one big item down here at the bottom, and Amanda and I have been discussing this at length. Do you want to talk to them about it? Is a bond, the sureties bond there. That would be for 4 years. It's $15,000 bond that we've been pricing, but we don't have to do that. Our insurance currently covers all of our elected officials up to a $4,000, is that $400,000 per occurrence? Is it occurrence? Okay. So state statute, and we've looked into it, and other counties are kind of looking into it too. It's been tested that that is allowed. Now, there will be variable people, CTAS, different groups that say that we still need to do the bond, but when we look at the bond is not truly an insurance policy, correct? So you as a body, if you can make a decision not to spend that money. If you feel comfortable with the current insurance policy that we have in place, that would cover $400,000 per occurrence.
So I got the quote from our insurance company, and for Scotty's bond for the next 4 years would be right at $12,000. At the time we did the budget, I didn't know, so we budgeted 15 based on what it was 4 years ago. The Attorney General has opined that as just what Scotty said, that this surety bond, that covers him now, isn't required. That the insurance that we have through our carrier is sufficient to cover him as well as it does already the other elected officials. I've emailed the county attorney, just again, to cover all of our bases, and he agrees that in light of the Attorney General's opinion, the $400,000 minimum coverage would be applicable. And I have it in writing from the insurance company about that coverage through them. So it is your choice as the legislative body to decide whether you want to do the bond, which is what we've always done for the trustee, or allow this insurance coverage to be sufficient. Go ahead.
Previous trustee, you didn't do a bond on. It couldn't be bonded, right?
At one
You
point.
you had to go insurance.
Right.
Okay.
So it's just up to you whether you want to pay $12,000 for a bond that isn't technically required.
What's your recommendation, Mr. Long?
What's that?
What's your recommendation?
Well, I mean,
How do you feel?
personally, from me, you're as safe as gold as far as it comes to me to doing something wrong and being criminal in that office. I promise you that. But you can't rely on me telling you that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, Mr. Doty.
Is there a difference in coverage amounts, Ms. Amanda, with the bond versus the insurance?
So the bond that we carry on Scotty is $3.5 million.
$3.5 million.
So
But I'm not sure that covers, if you get technically down to it, $3.5 million an occurrence. It might just be to cover me, drag me back to court.
and that's what they would go after Scotty. The insurance company per se wouldn't pursue Scotty. The surety bond does. They would
Right.
go after him personally.
Okay.
After all the frivolous lawsuits we've had, I think that's a no-brainer.
This'll be-
He does.
This will be something that we'll have to address.
Yeah, right.
You
But
know,
we
later
just
on,
want to bring
so-
it up to you.
All right.
I mean, it is an option, because it is an option if the county chooses to do that.
Okay. Ms. Green?
Ask them if they'll speak into their mics. Some of them I can barely hear, sir.
Who are you talking
Talking
about?
about us as commissioners,
Okay.
please.
Scotty's tall, he needs to raise his
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amen.
But do you have
Any other
Is there one
questions?
you want to explain that somebody said? No.
I could barely hear Dodie. I heard part of it, but I couldn't hear all of it.
I can
He
say it
was
again
sitting
very
back.
quickly. I said, with the frivolous lawsuits we've had, I think it's a no-brainer on that, since seeing the differences in amounts.
Yeah.
Just to cover Mr. Long with the sheer volume of cash that his office deals with.
Any other questions on his budget? Thank you, Mr. Long.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate everything you do.
Hey, and gotta tell you, I'm a grandpa.
Woohoo!
As of yesterday, so I'm gonna go see the grandbaby now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, the good Lord named him Grand for a reason, Scotty.
He didn't hear you. Amen.
Peggy Henderson, the county clerk's not here, but Miss Hale's gonna do it. We'll go to tab 21.
Peggy was sorry she couldn't be here today. I'll try to address if there's any questions, and if you would like to speak with her, she is available to be here on June 1st at the next budget meeting. But on the county clerk's tab number 21, Peggy has had some turnover in her office. Some employees who had been here quite some time have since retired. So you'll see her deputy line and longevity pay, of course, has gone down because the new employees, of course, aren't being paid what the ones that had been here for some time were. Peggy also decided that for several years we had carried $5,000 for part-time personnel, and she said that that's not needed. So we have removed that from her budget, and then the biggest then increase would be in the medical insurance. And again, the new employees that have come on are taking different coverage than the ones that has left. So, and I think everything else as far as her department stayed the same. So it's just some decreases in salary costs and part-time costs, but an increase for medical insurance.
Any questions on that?
Yes.
Miss Hale?
Yes, sir, thank you. How about, it seemed like just a few months ago, she had asked about, you know, I assume we did the pay raise, but, so with this less personnel, she's not asking for more personnel?
She hasn't changed the number of clerks that she has. It's just that some of the clerks that were here last year were here like 30 years or plus.
Yes.
And so the ones that she has replaced them with, of course, are coming in at a lower starting salary
Okay.
than those that left at.
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Anyone else? Thank you, Ms. Hill, for filling in. We'll move to Jeff Atkins, data processing. There will be tab 22.
Good morning. So, yeah, we are asking for increases in a few areas. The bulk of it because we added an additional person. The total cost or the total increase for having him for a full year versus the half a year is about $30,000. In addition, $2,400 or so for things like his travel, his phone, training and things like that. But in addition to that, we have, just increases in the cost of software, increases in subscription services for firewalls and for other support contracts, and increases in costs of equipment. Any questions?
One comment, you
Yes,
do a
ma'am.
fantastic job. I know you've been by yourself a long time. So
Thank you very
please
much.
know you are greatly appreciated, sir.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Atkins.
Thanks a lot.
Ms. Teresa West, Circuit Court, welcome.
Thank you.
Start with tab 23.
Okay, it looks like my maintenance agreements have gone up just a little bit. And then the biggest thing I think is the jurors. We had some more jury trials last year, and so we had to increase, or I used a little more out of my budget in the jury line. And I think that's all.
Everything's smooth with the move?
Yeah,
Things operating good?
we're operating good. We feel like that we can operate more efficiently because we have more space. We're not all crammed up. So it's going really good. We had our first jury Monday, the 11th. We had court in every courtroom. We had court in the multipurpose room, criminal court, joint sessions criminal, juvenile, and the grand jury room. So we were really busy that day, and it took a lot, but we did it.
Do you think this will speed the cases up?
I'm telling you, they are doing a great job on plea day. The officers, the clerks, everybody is just doing a great job. It's just, it flows. The officers have the inmates ready. They come right out of that room, right into the courtroom, right back out. It's just, it's great.
One thing I'd bring up, go ahead, Mayor.
Oh, I just wondered, would you like to move back?
No, not today.
Working out good.
About 3 years ago, you came to us and said you was having trouble collecting fees. Are we still having trouble collecting fees?
We had a record last month, and I guess it's because of income tax, but we collected $252,000 in 1 month.
Great. You're doing a great job.
I think it was 190 this month, or this past month that when we did it. So I mean, we're working hard at it. So.
Thank you and your staff. Ms. Hale?
I'm sorry. I wanted to, on the jury line, I just wanted to tell the commissioners how much I appreciate what Teresa is doing right now. A few months back, we talked, and every juror that came through Teresa's court was paid out of our accounts payable. And so, hundreds, literally, right? And so she would send a list over with their names and addresses, and for each one of those jurors, we were having to set them up as a vendor in our accounts payable software. I mean, just the time involved in that was, tremendous. And so Teresa's been able to pay them directly out of her software, her computer system, and eliminate that from us, from our department. And so I appreciate you and what you're doing, and it's really, just much more efficient. And so that's what we're just sending her money, so much, ever so quarter or whatever, as she needs it, out of this juror line to cover the cost of those, and that she's paying now out of her budget.
Thank you. Anyone else?
One question. Is everything working for you in your office that you're happy with? Is there anything you'd change if you could to make it better functional, I guess is my question, ma'am.
Oh, I think it's going great.
Excellent. I will tell you, when through tax time, I heard the remark made several times they were going to use their return to catch their fees up, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, for coming. Ms. West, excuse me.
Oh, Lord.
Do we have anybody here from the judges? We have nobody from the judges. We'll let Ms. Hale highlight that.
If you'll turn to tab 24, that's General Sessions 1. That's Judge Collins's budget. If you see the $52,000, that's new from last year, but it's the position that Commission voted to fund earlier this year for his magistrate supervisor. And so I think, during our meeting, our budget meeting with Judge Collins, that's working out very well for them. And they're actually, we have budgeted 3 positions that he had, but right now one of them is vacant. And if things continue to run as smoothly as they have been with his new magistrate supervisor, he doesn't feel like he'll need to refill that open position. So, but we have included it still in this year's budget in case. So the majority then, of course, is related to the addition of the magistrate supervisor and then the changes in health insurance coverage.
Any questions on that, Mr. Neesmith?
Yeah, Amanda, how many deputies he got? 2?
He has, bear with me,
What do you call those,
magistrates. And right now, we have budgeted for 3, but he has 2 actively working and,
Actively working now?
yes,
Thank
and then some part-time ones that does the weekends.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Miss Amanda, how many part-time does he have, out of curiosity?
He has two part-time people that do weekends.
Okay.
And then he has some of the ladies that work in circuit court. If they need to fill in, we budget a little money for them as well that they can help out. But the full-time people are actually doing the on-call as well. So the majority, I would say, is handled through them.
I'm assuming when you say on-call, and this is not a budget question, that's for them to come in to arraign them, like, say, Friday night or Saturday morning, whatever.
That's correct.
And I know this is not a budget question, but any idea we'll know on our new magistrates and all that Judge Collins had put in for? Because I've emailed him several times, but I haven't gotten an answer out of it.
That position has been filled, and
Okay.
that's what he says, that it's working very well, and that's what, of the 3 positions, he has in his budget, only 2 are filled, and he doesn't think that he'll have to refill that other one, if things continue as they have been.
Thank you, ma'am.
Amanda, you're representing the judge. I just want to ask,
No.
Judge, are you keeping up with letting people make their bond now?
I can't answer that way.
Can't make it.
Praise the Lord.
Let's go to tab 25.
Tab 25 is for General Sessions 2. That is Judge Blake Simkowski's budget. Again, the change in his is mainly due to salary. The increase that he'll receive in his salary based on, that's set by the state. And then he did decrease his rental line because he and Judge Collins will share a printer. So there'll be one less Canon copy contract.
Good deal.
Any questions on that? Thank you, Ms. Hale, for doing that.
Good job.
We'll move to the court master, Teresa Carey. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a little different being on this side. Usually I'm sitting where Trish is, and so bear with me. I think the only thing that has increased is things that I have received where our membership or dues for court clerks and coat have went up, and then the maintenance and repair, our maintenance agreements have went up from what I had received. I also wanted to let the commission know that a bill was passed, and as of January 1st, our clerk's fee finally went up since 2007. So we're collecting $100 more on each case that gets turned over to the general fund. And then it's also in that bill, it's going to increase $25 for the next 2 years without us having to do anything. It just automatically increases. And that's about it. You have any questions? Good job.
Appreciate you coming today. Thank you very much for what you do.
Thank you.
Juvenile court. Ms. Hale will do juvenile.
There's not much. She asked us to fill in here. There's not a whole lot to look at. Reduction in medical insurance, I do believe that's change of personnel request. That's a $9,000 reduction, and the office equipment,
Mr. Atkins asked us to include $6,000 for some new computers for juvenile court, that those would be needed in this coming year. So that's why her office equipment line has increased. I think it's been quite a while
Yes.
since she got some new computers.
right, those are very outdated in there, so they'll be updated. Those are really the only changes in this department. Any questions? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Hale? Move to Don Baird. Thank you for being here this morning.
Yes, sir. How's everybody?
It's fine.
Good, good. You want to start which line? You want to start probation or work
Start
program?
with probation,
Probation.
tab 30.
All right, Amanda. As me and Amanda present the probation budget, help me here. We came down a little bit. What I'm trying to do in the probation department, I think, is kind of some reorganization. We've been going for about a year now, so sorry I'm kind of messed up here, but we've been going for about a year now, so I'm kind of moving some employees different places, making things work. We now have a person in the courtroom that, of course, signs people up for probation every day. This person also signs a payment plan for Ms. West's office, so that they get on a payment plan as soon as they go to court. So it's all done right there at one time. So I think that's helping bring us all together. I think Judge Collins has seen more completions of probation than he has in a long time, if you talk to him about that. So it's going pretty well. I want to brag on my people. I know we may be short on fees. I think we're going to come around about 200,000-ish around there for the year. We were looking at 3, but they've increased the collection of cost and fines tremendously. Of course, each of them got a caseload of about 400 people that's not in jail, so there's 1,200 no beds we're using. But they work really hard, and they've done good with the population they deal with. Treatment beds, we've got 100+ people. We've taken the drug and alcohol treatment so far this year, with more to go. And with the jail to work program, the probation program, all of us working together, I think it's bringing our court system, I think we're doing real well. So with that, our lines, Amanda. The rental line, I don't know what we're doing here, so. The copiers.
The rental is for the copy machine.
Right, we have to get a Canon copier. Get this down so I can see. We're reducing the bottom line about $1,800, I think, on the probation side. And that's moving employees and doing different things.
Mr. Neesmith, you got a question?
Where are
Go
you
ahead.
located now? Your
We're in the
office?
White House where Blaine used to be, right?
White House?
Yes, sir, as you go in the Justice Center, the old Justice Center up on the left.
Well, that's where all probation.
That's where the probation officers are for,
Work release too?
work release is in the old Justice Center. I am now in the new Justice Center. My probation people are in the White House. So we're split. And we'll address that at some point in the future, I think. But right now, we're in 2 separate offices. That's why we have 2 separate rentals, and we're trying to staff 2 places, essentially is what we're doing.
Any other questions?
Any questions?
Ms. Howell?
For probation, they work 8 to 4, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Thursday, they work 8 to 6, and Friday, 8 to 2. We stay open late on Thursday for people that work.
And I just,
Ms. Hale?
on those fees, the fees that Don's collecting, if the trend continues, will be up probably closer to $275,000 for this coming year. So it's, just looking back historically, it started out, at even $13,000 a month, and we're already up to 22 most months.
And I think if you look at the whole system, and because we're all part of the whole system, right? I think having probation in place helps our cost and fine collection, because I think we've upped that. Because we got people collecting, the probation officers reporting they're collecting or supervising the collection of $15,000 a month, $13,000 a month, $14,000 a month. So that's cost and fines going into the county that we're helping supervise. With no supervision, I don't know who would pay what. Right?
You said you had, how many probation officers you got?
I have 3 full-time
And they've got, what, 400 per?
Right around
person?
400. It ebbs
So-
and flows between violations and completions and new people coming on. So roughly 400 people,
It's a lot of people not in.
1,200 people.
It's a lot of people not in the jail.
Yes, sir. That's the savings end of the program.
Anyone else?
I have one question, please.
Ms. Green?
What do you contribute your improvement to, out of curiosity?
Hard work. I mean, these folks, the probation officers are getting it. That little house up there, if you go in, especially on a Thursday, there's people lined up out the door. And I think it's the probation being in-house, the court supporting the probation in-house, with the clerk's office on the other. I think it's all together. It's all of us. But the POs work hard, and they put up with a lot of stuff. Yesterday afternoon, they leave at 2 on Friday. About 10 till 2, we had to call the police department because somebody's up there high and they're wanting to leave. And so we drug test them. They're positive. City police shows up, take that person to jail. We had generated a probation warrant right then. Judge Collins signs it. They're locked up. But had that person been belligerent or upset, angry, whatever, we were able to calm it down. It could have been ugly up there because there's really no protection. And they're up there by themselves. Yes.
Mr. Neesmith?
What do you have at the times, different times of the day? 3 or 4 days a week, it's 8 to 4, and then it's
Right.
down 2 to 6, or?
Right, yes, sir.
Why are you on that kind of schedule? Why ain't you?
Well, it's 8 to
9
4.
5, 4 to 8, or something?
Well, it's 8 to 4, 3 days a week, a normal work day. Then on Thursday, we stay late because some people have jobs. They have to come after work.
Okay.
So we stay for those folks. And then Friday, we let them go home early because we kept them late on Thursday. That's essentially it.
Do you have any complaints, and I apologize, do you have any complaints as far as not being there late enough to handle somebody that's working possibly a second job or emergency or whatever?
I've not had any myself. Nobody's told me about them.
Okay.
Okay? So far.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for coming today.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate.
You want to do my other budget?
Yeah. Forgot about that tab.
Oh,
It's got to get approved. My salary's in it.
Yeah.
It's required. I think that one essentially goes back to a lot of rentals and copiers and things.
The largest change is in medical insurance, and it's because of staffing change and difference in coverage.
Any questions on that one? Now, thank you for
Now,
doing a
thank
great
you.
job.
That was an important one. Thank you.
We're going to move Ricky Perky to after lunch. So we will go to Greg Winstead, Animal Control, tab 45.
Hello, Commissioners. Glad to be here today to present this in front of you. Have any questions about anything? Nothing's really changed much on here from the last time.
I got one for you.
Yes, sir.
What's your hours?
I work from 8 to 4, Monday through Friday, and then we're on call. There's only 2 of us, so we're on call. We split that time out. Anything after 4 o'clock that afternoon till the next work morning, one of us is on call for emergency calls only, which involves.
You're on call.
Yes, I'm on call right now, matter of
8
fact.
to 4, but you're on call 24/7.
Yes, sir, for emergency calls after hours.
Because I've had people say, we tried to get them to come out here and pick these dogs up. Nobody's even come see us. Several times.
Yeah. Well, we try to go out and do all we can, and a lot of that deals with the shelter too. We don't work for them. We're at their mercy when it comes to bringing animals in. We try to go out and we chip read a dog and see if it belongs to somebody. You can't visually see a chip. A microchip's embedded in its neck. We have handheld readers and we run it across their back. If we find who owns the dog, we return it back to that person and try our best to. If not, we end up taking it to the shelter and let them deal with that situation. But they just went through some illnesses up at the shelter. They were shut down for a couple of weeks, and that created a problem for us. Every call I go to, I have to call the shelter and ask, do you have room? And if it's an injured animal, they make room. A vicious animal, they make room, but sometimes I have to leave animals. And a lot of times I may not talk to every complainant that calls because I don't know where they live at when they say, hey, I got a dog out here on West First North or whatever. They might not give their name. A lot of times they don't give their names, and they might not actually see us, and we usually work together for our safety because it don't feel good to get bit. We've all been bit.
A lot of that problem could be that people got complaints, they're calling the shelter when they're not calling you.
Yes, sir, they
You
sure
don't-
do.
You might not even be getting a message.
That happens quite often. At lunchtime when they shut down, my phone rings constantly for people looking to get a hold of the animal shelter because on their answer machine messages, they turn the phones off so they can have lunch. It has on their message to contact us in case of emergency. They contact us because they think we're the animal shelter, you know, all the time.
The reason I'm bringing it up, Greg, is a lot of people, I look at social media a lot. They say, well, it don't do any good to call a Humane Society to come get your dogs.
It's because they don't pick them up. They should be calling us, and then sometimes I hear, they'll say at the shelter, I'm sorry to interrupt you, they'll say at the shelter, will tell me, hey, somebody called today about these 2 dogs down there, anybody call you? No. Where was that at? Oh, I don't know, we've had 1,000 calls today. That happens quite often. They think, well, I'm just gonna call them and they'll tell us. But they're so busy too, they don't always do that.
Is there any other questions on his budget?
Y'all still got another one. So if you don't get the message, a complaint, you may never get the message.
Correct.
If they don't tell you.
Correct. I can't do anything about nothing I don't know about.
Problem there, Mayor. I think you got a problem there.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Winstead.
All right, thank you, I appreciate it.
Go with Mr. David King, Cherokee Park, tab 47.
Hello, guys, how are you? So we're going up on 3 of our lines, the maintenance and repairs. We got 2 of those. We're going up 500 on one and 15 on the other, just because of the cost of parts and stuff are going up on us. And we're going up on our custodial supplies as well, because that's going up on us. And we're going to try to add 2 lines. We're going to try to add a splash pad line. So, because it's getting older and a lot of repairs are having to be made on it as well. And then we're making an ankle monitor line for our inmate help. And other than that, everything else is pretty much the same.
Go back to that splash pad again, what?
Well, see, it's, right now we have nothing in that line. It's 334.
It's in 335.
335.
Uh-huh.
335.
We have included money there for the
Okay.
splash.
All right.
And then his inmate monitoring, just in case you're wondering, it's in 399, other
It'll be
contracted
399.
services.
Okay.
$1,600 for that.
Okay.
Everything running smooth to park?
Yes, sir. Everything's going real good right now. We're getting busy.
Yeah. Anybody have any other questions?
I have one.
Ms.
please.
Green?
How many inmates have you got working with you?
Just one. We only get one at a time.
Do you not ever have the opportunity to have more than that?
Just the 4th of July and the day after for cleanup.
Are you happy with that? Or do you have any problems with it? And I know that's not a budget question, but I'm just curious, because I wasn't aware that you had them, but I think it's
Right.
good use
Yes, sir.
of what you have available, so.
Right, we look up and get pretty good ones. Every now and then, we'll get one that's kind of bad, but most of the time it works out for us. We just get one, because we get 2, they kind of ponder up stuff. One's missing while the other one's working, kind of deal. So we just end up just getting one.
Good deal. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. King.
Thank you, sir.
We'll move on now to Matty Beverwell. Probably fixing to be a happy man in a new facility.
Yes, we're excited about our new digs out at Oak Plaza at some point when the health department gets there. Ours is pretty straightforward, just a very super quick. we have to get our budget approved by UT before we can present it to the county. So there is actually a 2% COLA figured into our budget. We will adjust that with Amanda just as soon as something gets passed. That's just what I put in there. You can see that we adjusted around on supplies and so forth because we will need some extra funds to do furniture and so forth at our new place. We wound up flat even with that 2% increase. Just a little bit of explanation, very short, and we're running ahead of time, so I'm not going, not getting into lunch. That's a big thing there. Okay. 2 years ago, UT changed the way they do their benefit system. They went to a flat rate benefit system. Several universities did that. That changed our budget quite a bit on what the county needs to cost share, and the timing was good for us that we can kind of keep that extra money in supplies so we can kind of, you know, do what we need to do for our new office. I mean, we spend if we need to, but we always have a little bit of money left to turn in back to the county. The way the UT system works with extension, it is a sliding scale based on the tax base in the county. The most poorer tax-based counties are 22% cost share. The most urban, which I think there's only 4 of those, is 55%. We are in the 44%. So basically, the salaries and benefits are split 56% state, 44% county. And of course, the county furnishes office space and so forth. So I'll talk to the county mayor about the timing and everything. My personal preference would be to get the health department completely, totally up, functioning and running wide open, and then our part as far as the actual move. Of course, we'll clean out some storage rooms and all that kind of stuff. But yes, we are excited to have our own meeting room. We've got a teaching kitchen that we can share with the health department, unlimited parking, separate entrance. So we are excited about our new space. It's going to really, really be nice and allow us to do several extra things along the way. So anybody have
any questions?
Questions about ours?
Manny, I appreciate everything you do.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. What I'm gonna do now, we still have 40 minutes. So what I want to do is we're going to skip down and ask you all to come on up, go to tab 39. You all ready? That way we'll go ahead and get yours before lunch. We'll be running ahead of schedule, hopefully. Welcome. Glad to have you all today.
Thank you very much.
Tab 39, excuse me. I believe that's right.
So, first of all, I want to sincerely thank you for the support that you showed Morristown Hamlin EMS over the years. And I understand this year the county's under some financial pressures. Every department that's going to be represented today has legitimate needs, and I recognize the difficult position that this commission is in when trying to balance those. So I don't take lightly coming before you today. Last year, this commission made the decision to invest in public safety by helping us purchase an ambulance. I want you to know the ambulance has been purchased. It's sitting outside. It's in service. It's running 911 calls. So your investment that you put in last year immediately is translated into improved emergency response capability for our citizens. The truck is answering calls, transporting patients, and saving lives. As many as you know, that we are the only 911 provider in Hamlin County, and last year alone we ran 12,201 calls. We transported nearly 10,000 patients. We currently operate a fleet of 10 ambulances and staff up to 6 during the peak times. At the same time, the equipment continues to age, maintenance costs continue to rise, and the call demand continues to increase throughout the community. The ambulance that we're asking to replace is a 2017 model with approximately 250,000 miles. EMS ambulances are not simply vehicles. They're mobile emergency rooms. They carry heart monitors, oxygen equipment, medications, radios, and life-saving equipment. Every time an ambulance is out of service for repairs or mechanical issues, that impacts the system readiness, and it affects our ability to respond in a timely fashion. I also believe it's important to recognize since 2021, the state of Tennessee now recognizes EMS as an essential service. Under Tennessee law, counties are directed to ensure a licensed ambulance service is available to their citizens. Hamlin County currently fulfills that with Morristown Hamlin EMS. But we are somewhat unique is that we accomplish that label without any reoccurring funding from the city or the county. We're able to do it by offer billing revenue and a healthcare environment that's forever changing. And the increases in TennCare and Medicare are not keeping up with the inflation cost. So it's getting more and more difficult every year. And I want to be transparent with the commission today as well. Per the discussion from last year, I requested assistance from Morristown City. At this point, I have not received an answer from the city, but from conversations I've had, it's not looking favorable. Much of the discussion around continues to go back to that EMS is an essential service and it's the county's responsibility. Regardless of where any of the funding comes from, our responsibility is going to remain the same. Ours, when we are to provide a dependable emergency medical services to the citizens of Morristown and Hamlin County. And ironically, tonight, Morristown Hamlin EMS is being recognized again as an EMS Excellence Award ceremony in Knoxville for Region 2. We actually have 2 different crews that are being recognized for 2 cardiac arrest saves that these citizens were dead upon our arrival. Their heart had stopped. EMS went to work and resuscitated these individuals, and they're back home with their families, and they're going to meet the crews that saved them tonight. So it's going to be a special night tonight. This request is not about a luxury or an expansion. It's about maintaining reliability and readiness and public safety. Delays in ambulance availability will directly affect outcomes in cardiac arrest, strokes, major trauma, respiratory emergencies. The citizens of Hamlin County expect when they call 911 that help is coming quickly and reliably. And our crews are committed to providing that service, but they need dependable equipment to do it safely and effectively. Hamlin County is continuing to grow, and the demand for EMS continues to grow with it. Our responsibility together is to ensure that EMS continues to grow to meet the demands before tragedy strikes. I appreciate your consideration for today, and I appreciate the continued support of the men and women of Morristown Hamlin EMS. Your investment last year is already protecting the community today. I respectfully ask you to continue that mission by funding another frontline ambulance for the citizens of Hamlin County.
Thank you. Mr. Neesmith?
The county gives you $300,000 a year.
No.
Budgeted for 300. I think it's 300.
No, sir.
Nonprofit. And nonprofit.
I have to come to this commission meeting.
Get on nonprofit.
We don't get any from the county, sir.
You don't get anything from the county?
No, sir.
You get anything from the city?
No, sir.
And that still runs 911.
Yes, sir. In fact, we actually pay the 911 center
You
a
don't get
fee
any money from the county or city, how do you operate?
through billing the patients. Billing the patients.
Billing the patient?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I was off.
That's quite all right.
I think you're confusing 911 with this on that chart.
Yeah.
I think that's what you're doing. This is EMS, the ambulance service, is not 911.
Ambulance service, okay.
Yeah, this is ambulance service, okay?
Thank you for the clarification, because I wondered the same thing,
Yeah,
so.
this is ambulance service.
So thank you.
You don't get it. Now, the other, Rodney, we fund it, the county.
You
does.
fund some 911, yes.
911.
Yes.
But I think the city doesn't fund anything.
They do too. The city does too.
City does?
Yes. On your bed, the stretchers we bought, are all of those
Yes.
Got all you need there.
The new ambulances come with the power load systems. The new ambulance comes with it pre-installed now. We only have one ambulance that does not have the power load system in it now. And the new one that I'm requesting this year is going to have a power load system. So then that will make a fleet of 10 having them all.
What kind of ambulance did you buy?
From Medix, the MEDIX. It's the same ambulances we've always buy. They're Elkhart, Indiana is where they're manufactured. And it's a Ford. We generally pick the chassis by what's available. Sometimes Fords are available, sometimes Chevys are available. So availability plays a big part in it.
Big part in it. Okay. Does the city, what is that? Does the city just, in the last few years, have they gave you anything in the last few years?
No, but to be fair, this is the first year I've ever asked for it.
Okay.
Because of a discussion last year.
Okay. This commission needs to remember that on down the road in this budget.
Thank you, Rob.
Mr. Carden?
Yeah, I was just curious so about how many dispatchers do we have and how many ambulances do we run?
We run 6 ambulances during our peak time with the ability to operate 10 if need be. The most we've ever had on the road at one time was 8.
And then how many dispatchers about it do we?
Okay.
I mean, that's my part.
They don't do that.
Right, I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's okay.
Anyone else?
Sir,
Yes.
what was the cost of the ambulance? I'm kind of confused in the numbers.
The one we just got or the one that I'm wanting to get this year?
Trying to get.
The one that we just got, we came in at 207, 500. I asked for 208, 608 last year, but it come in cheaper. Now this ambulance is 212.
How many ambulances does that make you have?
Be a total of 10. Like I said, we're not expanding. We have to deadline them. Once they get 300,000 miles per the county resolution, an ambulance can't run in Hamlin County with 300,000 miles, which is a very good thing because I've seen some services that are embarrassing.
Yes, I'll agree with you. Now you got the 3 locations that you keep them at, right?
That's correct. We have 3 substations. If you count the center, the operator of the rescue squad, and then the east end, and then on the west end.
Okay. Anyone else? Well, we appreciate you coming today before us, and we appreciate everything you do for the county, and glad you're enjoying that new ambulance from last year.
Well, thank you. When you all take a break for lunch, if you want to come downstairs, take a look at it. It'll be sitting downstairs. We also did something we had to get approval from the state for. I might want to tell you, we put a sticker on the back corner of each ambulance that says proudly brought to you by Hamlin County Commission. So I want to thank you all very much for your time and attention. And I don't envy the seats you sit in, but you've got some hard decisions to make today. But thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, we will take a break and we will eat lunch. We'll be back 30 minutes or hour. We're going to do that after lunch. We'll see how everybody eats, and then we'll decide when we're going to come back. Thank you.
You the whole time you're there?
Praise the good Lord. Let's get it over with.
No time.
Amen.
We appreciate that lunch. I guess, Trish, you was the one that handled all that. We appreciate that very much. Call the Budget Committee back to order. We will move down to Eric Carpenter at 911. Be tab 39.
Okay, thank God.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'll make just a brief statement in introduction to our request. On April 24th, the Hamlin County Emergency Communications Board met, and that board passed their budget that at that time was a budget that was $70,000 to the good. The General Assembly had approved Senate Joint Resolution 48, and in both houses overwhelmingly, which increased our revenue by just over $407,000 annually. And so with that revenue, they passed that budget on the 24th of April. 1 week later, Mr. Chairman, on May the 1st, the governor vetoed SJR 48, and our $70,000 to the good budget went to $336,000 in the red. Mr. Chairman, there's a big difference between a reason and an excuse. A reason has a solid factual basis. And as all of you know, I have spent this past week explaining to the media how the governor has failed that test. But that ship has sailed, and that money is gone. And so now the responsibility of sustaining what is the most critical foundation of your public safety element has been sent from Nashville back to you. And so I will gladly answer any questions regarding our request or any element of the budget that any member may have.
Mr. Doty. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Carpenter, I just got a quick question. I know you approved the budget, but what about this new budget raised your expenditures by $162,000? From the numbers we had from the estimated 25-26 budget to the new budget, I'm looking at $152,000 increase. So basically a 40% increase. We're not seeing that anywhere else. What has made your budget have a need to increase by 40%?
Well, the numbers are a little bit, you have to understand that when you're looking at last year's numbers over against this year's numbers, you're looking at numbers that was also in the red, because last year we did not come back and seek any additional funding. And when we took that funding, what you saw is you would have seen that we used Section 130 money, that's one-time money that comes in November, to offset that. And so those expenses went into that number as amended, and that's what makes the difference look a little bit larger from last year to this year. You'd have to go back and take a look at those amendments from last year. The other side of that is a couple of things. One is healthcare expenses. Those went up 7% this year for us on the state insurance program. We had increases in maintenance agreements that we have for our CAD system. We took on additional Esri and GIS mapping issues that were necessary in order to have all the licenses for the mapping that goes out under the MDTs for all of the responders, city and county. Those Esri licenses and the agreements that went then just increased one of our maintenance agreements by almost $25,000 in that one specific agreement. So there's multiple different issues that did that across maintaining some of the systems that we have.
I was just asking because no one else has come with a 40% increase, and a lot of other agencies dealt with grant monies and one-time monies to balance their budgets, and this is just astronomical as far as a percentage increase, and just trying to get a grasp as to why it went up so much in 1 year.
Well, I think that to say it went up in 1 year is a little bit of a stretch, because it went up over about the past 2 to 2.5 years. You would have to remember that we did not seek the additional revenue, even though we were in the red last year, because SJR 48 had been introduced. And the hope was that we wouldn't have to come back and have this conversation with this body or with City Council, that the governor and the legislature would allow that to be done, not with state funds either, but through that surcharge. So to say that it's coming back at 1 year is really not accurate. It only happens to appear this year because now we know that that other funding that we were hoping to receive is not going to come.
I'm just looking at the numbers that we have.
Yes, sir.
And that's what we've got to go off of.
I understand that, and that's why I'm glad to give the explanation.
I still don't think that's an explanation, really and truthfully. I'd want to see actual numbers because it is drastic.
We'll be glad to provide them.
Yes, because it is drastic numbers.
Ms. Green?
Just a comment. Yin's doing an extraordinary job. I work with the towing as well as the others, so you folks do an extraordinary job. And if our memory serves me correctly, Yin's dug into funds, your funds that you had put back last year to keep from coming back to us. So thank you for what you do. I do understand the increase. Unfortunately, in business, all of us have seen increases, so I do understand where it's coming from. But you do a fantastic job, and you are greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Commissioner.
What kind of raise did you put in that budget for your employees?
The current budget has a 3% COLA.
Mr. Carden?
I asked the wrong person earlier, so how many dispatchers do y'all have approximately?
We currently have 16. I will say this, 3 of those are also what we would call working supervisors. They are shift supervisors that also are taking calls and dispatching. So those 3 individuals are really doing 2 jobs. So if you just look at those dispatchers, you're at 13, but then you have the 3 supervisors that are doing that as well. I'm glad you asked it, Commissioner Carden, because it's a great point. The NENA standard for 911 centers, you can look at staffing based upon either your population and your call volume or by your positions in there. And if we ran in either direction, we're below the minimum required staffing that's set by national standard. We're at 16. NENA says if we do it one way, we should be at 18. If we did it the other way, we should be at 20.
And do y'all have a reserve account amount?
We have a fund balance, we do, and that goes back to some of the issue with the SJR veto, in that we are not allowed to use by statute our reserves for operating expenses, and so those reserves, as some of the members of this body will remember, we used when we offset the match for the grant for the health department, which purchased the health department for a building that they're leaving for the ECD. And then what's left in that fund as we go to bid this late summer and fall, once the health department vacates the property on Main Street, when we go to bid, what's left in that fund balance will be used to renovate that facility when they leave. So those funds are basically earmarked, but the statute does not allow us to use them for operating expenses.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I would like to add that our E911 district has been very cooperative in working with us. They bought the health department, and they've been very genial working with us as waiting on the construction of the new health department. Just wanted you to know it is their building. And we're glad that that cooperation has been there. They've been good partners.
Do you know what percentage of that pay raise accounts for that 162?
The 162.
Well, you're asking the difference of 162,157. Am I correct? Am I looking at this right?
Okay, I'm assuming that that's a division of the total amount. Is that correct? Or
That is correct. So the budget overall, say what's being asked of us, City of Morristown, Hamilton County Government funds E911. We use the MTAS model, and it's broken down. Our portion actually this year of above funding request was $151,000, and this 162 is reflective of the original budget. Yes. the original budget. And Director Carpenter probably not looking at that number.
Yeah, the total amount, and I apologize.
No, sir, go ahead.
But the total amount that we always do that as a joint request to the city and county's finance offices. And that's been historically the method that we've used for this body and council in the past. And then that total amount, how that's divided between the city and county governments, has normally been used by that MTAS model. It doesn't have to be. You and the city can divide that however you wish to. If you desire to make any additional funding over last year's appropriation, how you divide it is up to you. But that MTAS model takes into consideration not only the population of city, county, but also the calls for service volume for each of the entities of the city and county. And I think that's why in the history, it's been viewed as a fairer model, and I hope I'm saying that right,
Yes,
Mayor.
sir.
So the amount that you quote there is basically half of what the total was if it were to be divided in half. That can fluctuate once that funding model is put into it. To kind of answer your question, and if I may, Commissioner, and maybe Commissioner Doty's as well a little bit. If you have a copy, I don't know if you have a copy of just what our budget request was last year and what it is this year, or if you actually have a copy of our budget that we passed. If you have an actual copy of the ECD budget in full, and I would hope that you would, and I would hope that you would take a look at it, what I think you would notice is this, and I want you to consider these numbers for just a second. The total revenue from surcharges, from city participation, from county participation, from what interest we receive on our accounts, from the subsidies from the state, the total amount of all revenue that we have budgeted for this budget comes to $1,997,047. Okay? Now, if you have a copy of our budget, you will see that just salaries, wages, and employee benefits. Because 911 only has two things. We have people, and we have systems to operate. And we've always operated on a pay-as-you-go basis. So we've bought those systems as we went. We have zero debt. And so we've bought those, and we have to maintain them. So we're overwhelmingly high in our salary line items because that's what we have, are people to be able to be there 24/7. So you take that total revenue of $1,997,047, and if you take just the salary, wages, and employee benefits, that totals $1,720,850. That means that you have $276,000 left. And you've not done any maintenance agreements, you've not fulfilled any contracts, you've not bought supplies, you've not bought materials, you've not done maintenance, you've not paid any workers' comp insurance, you've not paid any general liability, you've not put gas in the car, you've not paid the water bill or the electric bill or the utility bill, you've not trained 1 hour, you've not traveled 1 mile, you've not done any GIS or mapping, you've not paid for an audit or legal services, you've certainly not done NCIC expenses for any of the law enforcement agencies, and you've certainly not put any money back for depreciation, and you have $276,000. Now, of all those things and the many more that I just rattled off, just one line item of that, just the annual maintenance agreements on the equipment that we have, totals $232,000. I am left with $44,000 to run your 911 center for a year. So that request is not astronomical.
Have you been to the city and asked them for some more money?
The exact same memo that you have, Commissioner Neesmith, also went to the city. They got the same thing. Yes, sir. That amount is a joint request to the city and county. They have told me nothing. I have come to the knowledge yesterday, because it's my understanding that the city administrator met with council and staff yesterday to go over the first portion of the city's budget. And I was told, I was not there, totally hearsay, totally third party, but I was told that he made the comment that because we had waited a little longer to see what was going to happen with the SJR, because of the veto, and the board went back and reworked our request because of it, that those numbers didn't get to the city as quickly as the other things did. That's true, and I appreciate both Director Woods and Director Hale and the finance offices for working with us and allowing us to get those in later, because we were trying our best to have better numbers to not have to be here at all today. But he said to them, because of the delay in that, those numbers did not get into the original portion. So he's recommending that they wait until they get to the end to handle the 911 portion of it, because he wishes to have a conversation with the county mayor and see what you all are going to do, since it is a joint venture.
But you did have your information to them by the allotted time you're supposed to have it turned in by such and such date?
Yes, sir. It went the same day that it came to the county. Now, and Ms. Hale and the mayor may wish
The
to.
governor vetoed it, right?
Yes,
That's what's brought this increase on.
that is correct.
Thank you.
That is correct. We sent those, and my letter to Ms. Hale said, here's the situation we're in. This is our current request. We'll keep you advised as quickly as we can. The SJR passed. We sent an updated letter, and then when the governor vetoed that, my chairman called and said, we're going to call a special called meeting because we're going to have to revise our request. And we've kept both the city and county finance offices in the loop throughout that process. That's the best I can do.
Amen.
Anyone else? Ms. Al?
Yes, thank you. Just a comment, healthcare costs and maintenance are out of your control. And we've seen it time and again with everybody that's come forward. Mayor's office on through, any employee that the healthcare and the maintenance, guess what, you gotta pay it. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, one more thing. When I said the statement of astronomical, that wasn't meant to provoke nor to agitate. I did write the letter to our state officials requesting that they override the veto. It is a large percentage increase. Not saying we're not gonna look at it, not gonna think about it. But it was not meant to agitate, nor did it need to be listed as the response that it got.
Well, the agitation should be toward the governor's office.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
How many total employees do you have, not just dispatchers?
16 in a dispatch. Currently, one of those positions is open, so that's 15. Then there are 4 of us administration and 3 part-time employees.
Cool, that's another number I'd like to have had. That's 23 versus 16, which brings your total way down, because at 16, that would be counting benefits and salaries at $107,000 per.
Yeah,
But
and
adding
we
these-
all know that's not
adding
occurring,
these
yes.
additional
Sure,
brings that way down,
sure.
so.
Yeah. There's a lot
And
more
we need
work
to
that
have
goes
more.
into running the 911 center than just sitting behind that microphone, although those folks are absolutely critical. Yes.
And as Mr. Carpenter, as you know, I've been with emergency services for many decades. I know what 911 does. I do appreciate.
Yeah.
I do see what they do. I'm just looking at numbers for an entire county. And if we fund a ambulance and we fund you all an additional $162,000 or $152,000, whichever it may be, our numbers show one thing, that's gonna be tax increase. So I wanna have it legitimate. I wanna know why before I would vote yes. That was why I had questioned.
And we'll gladly answer them. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, sir.
This time, we'll ask Ricky Perky to come forward from EMA. That'd be tab 38 in your book.
Good afternoon. What I'm about to present is not necessarily anything that I have control over as far as some of the increases you may see in some of the tabs. For longevity, Social Security, state retirement, all those things are set. So the increases you see in the director position, that changes quite a bit. I have 3 kids at home. I have insurance on all of them. Of course, that's going to change the medical insurance substantially. What I will show you is a few tabs that I've asked for increases, and one of the biggest one, and not that it's a great deal, is $1,200. But I want to tell you what that $1,200 does for this county and its emergency services. That's for the part-time personnel. We have 12 EMA officers that used to serve voluntarily. Of course, they now get compensated for some of the calls they go on. And with that being said, we want to increase 1,200. And if you're not aware, when road obstructions happen after a big storm, a flood, whatever it may be, if the EOC is not open, my EMA guys are not active. Okay? There's nowhere for them to go. I want to change that, and I will speak in previous. Director Carpenter, when he was over EMA, these guys were very, very active in the community, and I want that to happen. And how that will benefit is our sheriff's deputies on patrol. There's 5 at a time. When these storms pass by or an incident occurs, they're blocking a roadway for a downed tree for hours, and then we're taking down to 4 personnel to run the entire county's law enforcement. And then so on as those trees go down. My personnel could sit on those. My personnel could reroute traffic. And depending on how big the tree, that we may clear that tree because our highway department is running so rampantly trying to clear, and they do a great job. But this would allow me to, roughly 80 hours a year to get out here and help serve these alongside these law enforcement agencies or fire. If there's a substantial fire in our community, they could benefit for taking a deputy, putting them back in service, and keeping that EMA officer from relieving him. The only thing else you'll see is in travel, there was an increase, $252. That's because I will have to get up to par with some of the requirements in the state, and I'll travel just a little bit more. I just got back from Nashville 2 weeks ago and done 4 days of training down there that was very effective in not only leadership, but how to help our community back at home. I was with 95 counties down there and roughly 700 people in those classes. There is no changes to office supply uniforms. You'll see a little bit in communication. We had previously, before my time, we had new phones that came in. And these phones are to set up in the ELC. So when we open it, there is a communication for the public to not go straight to dispatch. They come to the ELC, they can call for and not type our 911 line to know statistics or when is someone coming to help me. And those lines are active, and they begin out to the public during the ELC activation. That difference is where I think it was, $672, and that takes care of that. Am I right on that, Amanda? Okay. Other than that, if there are any questions, the rest that's kindly out of my control.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Out of that 1,200 that you're asking that you may or may not use, right?
Yes, may or may not use. Hopefully those events don't come our way. Right. I would certainly be happy to see that, and I know everyone in this room would as well. Events, natural or man-made, come quite a bit, or they'll come none at all. So we know what we all root for, so it may not be used.
Anyone else?
I'd like to commend Director Perkins, came on board, hit the ground running. Gentleman's doing a fine job in catching up some things and taking care of what needs to be taken care of to be prepared. I think he's doing a great job. How many months now you been with us?
I started on January 5th, took director February 1st, and we've been...
There you go. So grateful he's on board.
Is FEMA, is there any more money available to get for other stuff?
I wish I could tell you yes.
Well, I know this week they've sent out for farmers, can ask for reimbursements for crops.
Is that Helene?
yeah, it just come out, so I didn't know where there's anything else left.
Well, there is some money that is being discussed as far as FEMA money for Helene, but they have yet to tell me where that could be allocated, so we're looking for that. Barbara's already on top of it with me as well. We're trying to figure out if we can get access to that. I will tell you, FEMA money is not what it used to be. From the outside looking in, there used to be, and Director Carpenter could tell you and agree with me, that there used to be hundreds of thousands that you could apply like that. A Homeland Security grant that I discussed in the last committee meeting, that used to be hundreds of thousands, and it's down to $20,075. The FEMA money's not there. And from the federal level, they're putting more weight on our local governments. And unfortunately, that's not the ideal way to do it, but.
Yeah, it was alarming to me that we wait, 2 years after the hurricane, and now they're deciding to pay farmers for the crops and for the lumber. You can apply for lumber loss too. So.
And I will tell you this, just this year, and this will come as probably shocking news to you, they just concluded all money for Katrina. There were still expenses being paid for Katrina, and it ended this year.
Amazing.
Yeah. And that was, 05, I believe? So.
Anyone else?
I would just echo what the mayor said. I think you've been.
Thank you, sir, greatly. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, and thank you for the job you're doing.
Okay.
Here, if Ricky's going to help us with, if we can go to tab 43, that's other public safety. And I have some information.
You have that email I sent to you printed as well, Amanda?
I do.
Okay, great.
This is a new budget. So 2 years ago, 3 years ago, some of the funds that we received through the COVID money went towards purchasing radios for our emergency service personnel. So we're talking 911, the volunteer fire departments, the sheriff's department. Those radios now are, the warranty that they came with is expiring. And
As well as the contract.
as well as the initial maintenance agreement. So in front of you there is some information on some options we have as far as warranty and just the annual LTE, right, charges. So what's before you in your budget on tab 43, I can already tell you is not correct. It's going to require more funds. So we budgeted 74,000, and that's only enough what we were hoping to cover the LTE, so it does not cover the warranty parts. So Ricky's going to talk to you about the radios.
Some of you have already had it in hand. This is the new system we've been using the last 3 years that the commission approved with COVID relief money to purchase a better operable radio for our public safety. And I will tell you, we are one of the only, and I wish Director Carpenter is still in here. I believe we're still the only, I could be wrong on that has 100% compliance with TACN, and we are the only county across the board to have this system. It's pretty robust. It does not fault very easily. In the past, Commissioner Doty, you've used radios in the past. You either got out or you didn't. These fault very rarely. We've used them in the field. We've used them in different counties. We've used them in different states, and we have not found flaws. Now, how they operate is they do just like the past did. They hit a tower, and that's how we relay to dispatch or whoever's on the receiving end. What's different about this radio is it has a cell service, LTE. So when we do not hit that tower when we key up, it automatically picks up a cell tower. Therefore, there's our backup. We do not have flaw in our emergency services. And if you don't mind me saying, Deputy Director Thompson here, he actually was able to save lives during Helene with this radio. We had our own public safety in a very tragic moment that could have lost lives. So I don't know how many did you have on board that boat?
There were 5 people from multiple departments, 2 departments that were on a boat in Cobb County. And Cobb County's radio frequencies do not align with anything that we operate with. And fortunately, we were able to utilize the TACAN system that you talked about here. We were the only agency that had radio communications. We spoke with a helicopter from THP, and we were able to illuminate the area in the river where the crew was and guide them to safety. So this was happening at about 11 o'clock at night when we were deployed to Cobb County to assist them with their floodings.
In total darkness.
Yeah, total darkness. It was not a good situation.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
He, that man saved lives that night, assisting and aiding to get our individuals rescued and to land. You can imagine flowing water that was flowing where we did not normally have water, and then seeing it, not being able to see it in the dark. And we're fortunate that everyone made it out, made it to rescue with aid with that radio. So when I tell you the LTE is very needed, without it, these radios are not operable. If they don't hit the tower, we're in trouble, whether that be a fireman inside a fire that can't get out or a law enforcement agency requesting assistance and can't ask for it. So in front of you, there's 193 radios in the county. And for each radio for a LTE is $350 a year, okay, which comes out at $67,550. That also includes programming. So if we go to another county or another county comes to us, our 911 system can remotely program them and push that out to every radio. So if Cott County was coming to aid us, and Cott County we need to be able to speak to, they quickly, remotely program it, and we have their channel and ready to go. We kind of have those pre-planned now, but if there was an agency, if we went to Galtenberg, we'd be able to, within seconds, have their frequency. So that covers the LTE and remote programming, $67,550, and that's reoccurring every year. That's something that we have to make an expense to cover annually. Below that, you'll see the warranty. Now, that radio you just held when we purchased them, and I'd say it's a little increase now. When they were purchased, they were $9,000 for that radio that you just held. $9,000. Okay? $9,000. To have someone come look at it, if it was needing a repair, just for them to pick the radio up and look at it is $1,200 just to look at it. Okay? With that being said, a warranty is kindly most applicable to look at. The highest we can get on these radios is a 7-year warranty, and that comes in at $484.60 a radio. That's a one-time purchase. That's not an annual reoccurrence. We purchased that. We have the warranty for 7 years, and that's $93,527.80. Okay. Is there any questions? Did I miss anything, Amanda? I think I've hit it. Yes, Commissioner Green.
I have one question, and it may be out of order, but I'm assuming you have to pick that warranty up when you buy that radio.
So it came when we first purchased these. I think it came in a 3-year contract was the minimum. And I guess we had that warranty with it. And usually you don't get to extend that. And they're given an opportunity, I believe, to extend that. So total would be a 10-year warranty. And usually those radios, hopefully these last for an eternity for their price. But in the past radios at 10 years, they're needing replacing. So this will get us through. We won't have to pay for a radio if we have this warranty. It should cover it. So.
Any other questions? Mr. Doty?
As Director Perkey has mentioned, I dealt with emergency services for many, many years. Deputy Director Thompson did as well, especially on the far east and south ends of the county. We had no radio reception, or what you did have was very, very spotty. I've been in house fires and been inside a burning structure and could not hear nor reach 911. And, you know, you want to talk about something scary, you're going into a house that you've never been in before. You don't know the layout of it. You don't know what products they've got in there. And just the thought that one, not mistake of yours, but of the property owner of not storing something properly, and you have to get help there way outside the scope of what they've already dispatched, and you can't talk to them. These are greatly needed. They are lifesavers,
Truly are.
as Director Perkins said.
Mr. Richardson?
Does that warranty include any kind of loss or repair from dropping it, or?
I'm not sure on the coverage as far as that. I would think repair, if you've seen it has a screen on it, and everybody thought that would be the worst thing to put in the hand of a first responder. I'm gonna tell you, I've dropped it a few times, and I can speak on the fire side, well, in EMA as well. We have not had any radios with any damages or needing of a repair, and we've had them in service. And firemen, they typically put the wear on these things quickly. I mean, they're getting slung around, they're crawling through structures, they're getting dragged through all the debris, and these things, what they've been doing to them in the past, that radio would have been operable. So they're very durable. Speaking as a warranty, I think it's just repairs and any tech issues, so if the screen or anything like that.
Anyone else? Mr. Perky, appreciate what you've done and appreciate you coming this afternoon.
Thanks, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, we'll move into the nonprofits. We'll start with ALPS. Do we have a representative here? Mr. Fritz, is that correct? Come on up, enlighten us.
Well, thank you so much, Commission and Mr. Mayor, thank you. ALPS is celebrating our 40th anniversary in Hamlin County this year. September will mark 40 years serving the community and serving the residents here in Hamlin County. During the recent fiscal year, 60% of our participants were residents of Hamlin County. Through community partnership and responsible fiscal management, ALPS provided approximately $170,000 in sliding scale discounts directly benefiting Hamlin County families. These sliding scale subsidiaries ensure that vulnerable older adults and adults with disabilities receive structured supervision, medication management, nutrition, and therapeutic engagement services that allow caregivers to remain employed and families to remain stable. We respectively request continued funding at last year's approved level. While the formal pandemic emergency is concluded, its economic after effects persist. Increased operational costs, workforce pressures, heightened participant acuity continue to impact service deliveries. At ALPS, we remain committed to full fiscal accountability, ensuring that 100% of county allocated funds directly offset sliding scale assistance for Hamlin County residents. All county appropriations and locally raised funds remain within Hamlin County, exclusively serving its citizens. Further, in 2025, we were named Best of Tennessee out of all of the specialty health care providers in the state, and we're proud to call Hamlin County home. Absent ALPS, the downstream impact on other county-supported services, including E911, volunteer fire, EMS, and the Sheriff's Department, would likely increase due to caregiver burnout, medical crisis, preventable emergencies, intervention, and investment in ALPS function as a cost avoidance strategy, strengthening the broader public safety and health fundraisers. We are grateful for your consideration and for your longstanding partnership, and your continued support enables ALPS to sustain its mission and protect some of community's most vulnerable residents. I would love for any of all of you to come by if you're not familiar with ALPS, tour our centers, see the impact we have on this community each and every day, the families that we serve. It is such a vital service that we've, again, provided for 40 years here in Hamlin County.
You do a great service. Been there.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Ms. Howell?
You do have events in Hamlin County. Do you take residents, clients from other counties?
Yes, ma'am. From our Hamlin County Morristown Center, we serve 6 counties. So Granger, Jefferson, Cock, Hawkins. And then we in 2019 opened a second center. Our founder's goal was to plant ALPS wherever we saw the need, and we opened a second center in Greenville. And from there, we serve an additional 6 counties. And are currently in the process of opening a third ALPS in Sevierville.
Do those, communities where, like in Greenville, do they help finance?
Yes, ma'am. As I said, all the funding, all the fundraising that we do and the promise that we make to each community stays within that facility serving those communities, as well as allocated funding from county, city, and things of that nature. Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else?
Yes, sir.
Does your fundraising in Greenville stay in Greenville, or does it?
It stays in Greenville, yes, sir.
And same as here?
As the same as here, yes, sir.
Anyone else? Appreciate you coming, appreciate all you do for the county.
Absolutely, thank you, sir. And again, I would welcome any and all of you to come by, drop by anytime, and see the impact we can have on this community. Thank you.
This time, the Morristown Recreation Board, Mr. Ellard.
Good afternoon. I'm wearing a new hat today, yes. For those of you who didn't know, Travis Barbie resigned his position a couple weeks ago now, and so we're kind of in an interim phase right now, and I didn't want to do that to Frankie Cox and make her send her up here today without much notice, so I thought I'd come myself. And Amanda told me to prepare for 4 to 5 minutes, and I thought I heard her say 45 minutes, so y'all buckle up. No, I seriously, I wasn't sure exactly how much detail you all would want me to get into here, but just to kind of give you a snapshot of what what we've been doing in Parks and Rec, and we greatly appreciate the long-standing partnership we've had with the county, not just in Parks and Rec, but so many other things across the community where we kind of intersect in our services and purposes: 911, the library, animal control, Parks and Rec, of course. And really anywhere we can work together. So Parks and Rec's budget for this coming year, of course, pending council's approval, is about $3.8 million. About 3.5 of that is non-special capital kind of thing. So that's really kind of getting down to the operations of it. The specific revenue derived from Parks and Recreation is only about $373,000. And that comes from things like concessions and sponsorships and registrations. So there's not a lot of, some of our adult programming and things like that typically stands to pay for itself. But where we have everything really heavily subsidized is on the youth side of things more than anything else. The department itself is broken up into 4 divisions. The administration side of the house, of course, covers, you know, the overall general direction and supervision of all of the department. Also some of the longer term planning kind of things. We have a system-wide park system-wide master plan process underway right now, kind of fielding input from the community on that. We completed a master plan this past year for the eventual expansion of Wayne Hansard Park that could really kind of rival what we have going on at Frank Lorino in terms of the number of fields and the different numbers of sports that are offered out there. And of course, the administration side handles some of the oversight, helping with some of the oversight of some of our major projects, which I know people have seen all over lately, especially with Frank Lorino and the new pickleball complex and football arrangement we'll have there. We're also, we just completed a pavilion at Fulton Hill Park. There'll be a new driveway and parking area dedicated to that top, the great lawn at the top. If you haven't been to the top, and we're finding a lot of residents that have never been up there, that is one fantastic view. And so once we get that driveway up there and the dedicated parking, we expect to see a lot more use out of it. On our programs division, that's more of our non-stick and ball kind of part of the department, where we put on various events. You know, the Tally Ward Community Center is a magnet for a lot of activity, both from kids that come out of school, you know, from East at the end of the day. But they've really kind of turned up the volume there a little bit in the last couple of years with dance programs, and taekwondo and wrestling is picking up at a younger age too. So we're trying to facilitate some of those things. But you know, our Boo Fest, when it doesn't rain out like it did this last year, typically brings about 5,000 kids for a free event. Kids Fun Fair, Fall Festival, those kinds of things are several hundred people each. The programs division also started out this Bluegrass Festival that we just had getting my days mixed up, a couple weeks ago now. But that's picking up traction and growing the last couple of years as well. Touch a Truck brings out 4,000 kids each year, and of course they're adding all kinds of camps for different sports and arts and all kinds of things like that. Athletics, of course, is what people, really look to Parks and Recreation for. That's kind of the bread and butter, I guess, of what most people know Parks and Rec for. Adult sports continues to grow. We've had about 1,600. They calculate the number of games because there's so many different sports and everything. How many games did we arrange for? And there were about 1,600 games back in 2022, and now they're over 1,900 in 2025. So a lot of those activities are picking up. In youth, counting participants, baseball and softball continue to see well over 800, close to 900 kids. Basketball, close to 600. Football, 235 last year. So those are all booming programs. And like I said, youth programs are typically heavily subsidized because we want to pull that in. We know that a lot of times in the adult programs, we can tend to charge whatever the registration is to make sure it kind of covers its cost. Maintenance is our fourth division and by far the largest portion of our budget. We have 11 people employed in the maintenance division, and they do a fantastic job covering a lot of things spread very thin. We've got 17 different parks covering 300 acres across the city, 11 playgrounds, 6 miles of trails, 24 shelters, a couple of amphitheaters, 8 soccer fields, 8 softball fields, 6 baseball fields, tennis courts, and then some of our specialty things like the splash pads and the BMX tracks and things like that they're all responsible for. So what we've presented and requested this year is actually the same request that we've made for the last several years, and I know we've not been able to quite get to that point in recent years, but would like the commission to take it under consideration again. We've historically, the commission, when I came to Morristown several years ago now, was providing $300,000 per year, but we were starting to see who the users of the parks were, who the users of the programs were, and by and large, it's actually far more out-of-city residents of Hamlin County. And in the last couple of years, we've implemented some software to help us kind of track that better, to actually see, okay, we kind of suspected it before, but now we have numbers that can actually track where these registrations are coming from. And about 70% of our participants in the programs that we track, or the reservation of shelters and those kinds of things we track, goes back to out-of-city residents, actually. Anyway, just respectfully request that $500,000 contribution to the department. When we request that, there's not one specific item that goes to, or 2 or 3 different things. I mean, our $3.8 million budget, most of that is maintenance, and so keeping those fields up and keeping the facilities in good shape for all the things that we offer is really where that would go to. Any questions for me? Yes.
Where they're at, what they're doing, and who they're hanging with. And they can't get away from it because we got free speech. So, with that larger percentage, I can see the need for it. Appreciate it.
Ms. Howe?
When you have a tournament, on a ball field, is there a fee that you?
Yes, ma'am. So if we have like usually these tournament organizers are like small businesses among them, under themselves. And so there is a fee for their use of the facilities, and we try to cover the costs that are associated with the maintenance that goes in there. If the tournament's big enough, sometimes the, just keeping up with the restrooms and garbage, emptying throughout the day or throughout the weekend can be a big deal. So we want to be sure to cover those costs. Right. Yes, ma'am. They would usually, the director or the staff would usually arrange that with the tournament organizer. And the tournament organizer might do it different ways. They might have fees from the teams or however they do that. I'm not exactly sure.
I don't want to put you on the spot because I know you're filling in, but I'd like an explanation between you charging $70 or $79 for a county student and 50-some for a city student when those parents of the county is shopping in your businesses in the city, paying city taxes. Can you justify $24, $25 extra for a county student over a city student?
Sure, and I think what you'll find is common in a lot of communities. You'll see a difference of up to 50% between what's charged for, say, in a city versus an out-of-city resident, whether that's somebody coming from within the same county or from another county, because we obviously have participants that come from further away as well, and really even found some best practices even referenced recently with GASB from an accounting standpoint, that it's a best practice to kind of make sure that the costs associated that are not being driven by the entity itself are covered elsewhere, similar to the tournament kind of thing. We don't want to subsidize the tournament folks that are coming in from outside the city. We want to make sure that those costs are covered. It's absolutely not a mechanism to try to profit off of the whole thing, because like I said, the youth sports especially are highly subsidized as they are.
How's those fees compared to other counties, like Jefferson County, for instance?
I can't speak to Jefferson County. I'd have to do some specific digging in locations there, but like I said, I think it's very common that a 50% difference is there, and our difference is, I think, 27%. It's a $15 difference between a city resident and
15. Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Neesmith?
That's in the county, that's per sport, sir, per event. If I got a kid playing Little League Baseball and he wants to play soccer, that's $70 for each sport, isn't it?
Each sport,
If
yes,
he wants to play pickleball, that's $70 more.
Well, there's some sports that have registration fees, and then there's some activities like pickleball that are just kind of open play. But we do have multi-sibling discounts also, and I couldn't tell you exactly what those dollars are. So, because we recognize that there's families that have multiple kids playing in a single sport, whether they're in the same age division or multiple age divisions, and so we recognize that, and there's some deep discounts available for those families.
I'm sure y'all discussed this. A lot of guys in here coach, been around athletics a lot. I had kids that played ball for me, 17 years of it, and their parents they didn't have to pay a fee. Their parents couldn't afford to buy that kid a new pair of pants. It come down to the coach and the soccer moms that paid for that. A lot of kids' parents can't afford this. Have you thought about all the kids that might not be able to play sports because they can't come up with this fee?
And we do have some very generous contributors also that work with our staff, so that if the staff identifies a family like that just really is in dire need of assistance, we have some assistance available.
Everything in the city is owned by the city, isn't it?
It's owned by
all the ballparks,
yes,
the parks, the walking trails, the green belts,
yes,
all
sir.
that owned by the city.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you for coming today, representing.
Y'all for having me.
Thank you. Is anyone here from the volunteer fire departments?
I'm going to speak for them, if you don't mind. To give you a reason why they're not standing up here right now is I don't know how much goes into the fire service. It's being demanded more and more of them every day. It used to be go to fires, that was true, bless you, or respond to any type of brush fire, wildland fire. Now they go to car accidents, hazmats, landing zones for medical helicopters. We just got a new one in town. The cost span and scenario base is expanding widely. And I can say, because I'm an instructor for the fire service, their training is increasing, and I have recently trained some from every department, hosted over at North Hamblin, and train them for weeks at a time so they can get state certified. Why they're not standing in front of you today is the Strawberry Festival is occurring right now, and that event was not going to be held this year because the parking could not be found, someone to conduct parking. Your volunteer firemen are down at the Strawberry Festival parking thousands of cars right now to make a small percentage, hopefully, of donations to be able to operate their facilities. Of course, you see it at home, you see it at your businesses. The increase for things are quickly increasing for demanding things. Their equipment is increasing. We ordered gear previously, fire gear. It was roughly $2,900 for their jacket and their pants, just those alone. Their helmet's $400. Their boots are $500. Their gloves are $200. The air pack they wear to go into a burning building or enter a hazmat incident are $11,000. The bottle that's on that pack is $1,200. So we see in this increase, and unfortunately, they know you need it. Firemen need it, so they're going to put their dollar amount on it. But they're all down there right now. I just came from there, and they're parking cars throughout the conclusion of this event to make whatever. And that bucket that we have out there, I will tell you, is not nearly full. So just to let you know a little aspect on that. Training's increasing. I am very pleased with where we're at, where we've become in our volunteer. If you have not been to a fire department, volunteer fire department, would really recommend you. I can set that up. To see the operations inside that facility is second to none. These ladies and gentlemen, we have a large amount of women in the fire service now. Most of those are spouses, daughters. The Jarnigan family, Chief Jarnigan with South Hamlin, the whole household's involved. And that's what we're having to do to keep retention. I'm sure you're aware that a careers paid fire department is millions of dollars to house those. These guys are doing that, and they're also flipping pancakes, making barbecue, and et cetera to make ends meet. So just, I believe the mayor has included.
In our budget this year, I've asked for 5,000 additional for each fire department due to increasing cost, turnout gear, and things that they need. That is my request in the proposed budget.
Mr. Doty.
Again, this is one of my my favorite topics. I was with the volunteer fire service for many years. One thing that's not been covered that a lot of people don't know is that the volunteer fire service, no one gets paid any. Where Mr. Perkey has been able to arrange that his volunteers with EMA get a small stipend, very small, but the volunteers get nothing to go to calls. They have to have their own job outside of that to pay for their housing, to buy their vehicle, to drive to the fire department so they can get in a truck to come to the calls. And you fundraisers, people are less and less likely to donate a straight donation than they ever were before. And their member retention is awful because of all the extra they have to do just to be able to come and provide free service to our residents. The equipment, Mr. Perkins mentioned their turnout gear, which is their coat, their pants, boots, gloves, helmet, has more than tripled since 9/11. If you want to add a zero to a price tag, put an NFPA stamp on it, which is the National Fire Protection Association. It just, anything they have to have is outrageously priced. And this $5,000, I don't know for sure because I've not been in it in quite a few years, but I know when I was in it, this $5,000 wouldn't have covered their additional fuel expense that they're going to have sitting out on calls because their 2 to 3 mile to gallon truck that's carrying 2,000 gallons of water, when it's sitting on that fire call, it's juiced up to the same RPMs because they're running a pump, and it's getting 0 miles to the gallon and burning a lot of fuel. So what we're getting for what we're giving is, to me, a win-win. no matter how you look at it. If we had to pay for that service, it's multiple millions, if not starting out in the tens of millions, because the trucks alone that they have to have, because they don't have hydrants within 1,300 feet of every house, which we do in the city. You may go some places 2 miles before you hit another fire hydrant. So the trucks are set up differently. They have to carry more water, and they cost a lot more. I mean, a lot of these trucks are $500,000, $600,000, $700,000, and we're lucky that we're able to get the community assistance grants that we've been able to provide a truck for some of the departments, but we still not given a new truck to each department yet. And they bought all these out of this money, plus what fundraisers they could do. And they still carry workers' comp on all their people. They carry insurance on the vehicles, because you want to see people pull out in front of you. The old statement was, duh, big red truck. Be driving a big red fire truck with lights and siren on, so many people pull out in front of you. So you have to carry good insurance on them. I ask everybody to think long and hard on this one, because it is a much-needed service and a great benefit to our county.
Anyone else? Mr. Richards?
Mr. Cargie, I think it'd be good information if we had a summary sheet of each fire department and how many people they have volunteering there. And one of the other things would be like their equipment. What do they plan to use this $75,000 or $80,000 for?
So this helps with operational cost.
Okay.
So
how do they get their equipment refurbished or up to certification? I'm sure it goes like a ambulance. It'll go out of service at some point in time.
The fire truck's usually 25 years is what is recommended. Obviously, I've got one in the east that is a 1989 that's still operating.
What about like the packs and stuff? Do they term out or?
Turnout coats, everything but the pack is 10-year. That's something, and I would love for each and every one of you to attend a firehouse. We went from having gear that was 25 years out of date that people were wearing, that we knew would not protect them inside a building, but it's better than nothing. Most of that gear, and I will say the state's helped quite a bit. The governor has implemented a $20 million grant to spread across just volunteer fire departments in the state of Tennessee. By the way, that's 70% of the state's firefighters are volunteer. They receive no money, no pay, no compensation. And your volunteer fire chiefs this year, each one of them got the grant. That has never happened. So they're pushing and they're fighting for that money just as much before they come to you. I will say that the East Hamlin County Volunteer Fire Department received a gear dryer and gear washer off a grant. That has never been in our firehouse. Now that will keep the gear clean. It will keep the carcinogens out. So we're not, if you don't know, the average firefighter in his career, 64% more chance of getting cancer than anyone sitting in this room because of the carcinogens in a fire, the toxins that are put out by everything that's burning in a house. So we've took establishments to try to refrain us from that. And so a gear washer was bought, gear dryer. I will say that we got new air packs off that. I know the West also got this. South got turnout gear. So we're trying to actively, obviously these funds are not going to replenish all that. 2 firemen can take up $75,000. So we're actively trying to replenish our equipment as it goes out of date. And right now we're holding on steady. This $5,000, blessed for it. We know that the radio cost is substantial, so we're not going to come in here and ask for 25. Would we love it? My deal as a fire chief was to get us to 100K. If anything, that's what I fell short. And that's not from me or you. It's we try to accommodate with what we have. And this fire department and these fire departments in this community, again, are second to none. If you've seen how they operate, we had a structure fire this week. Unfortunately, someone lost their home. And every volunteer firefighter on that scene, no matter what the back of their coat said, whether it said north, west, south, they were there. And they worked as a team. You have the best team in your backyard.
Amen.
And I will echo, I don't know if he's still in here, he's not the city. that partnership is starting to rise. We're helping each other, and that's the way it should have been. When I first took fire chief, I was so frustrated with that, and we didn't work well together. It's almost non-existent. There will be trainings in the near future together. So your fire department it's like I said, second to none. I'm very pleased with it, and you should be too. And if anyone, again, wants, I can arrange that through my office. We can take tours of the VFDs. You can see where your money's going. You can see what they're actively implementing inside their stations. And Commissioner Richardson, to answer your question about personnel, in '74, when some of these fire departments was created, you had about 40 people banging at the door ready to sign up, put me in a fire truck. It was easy to do that. It was just that. Here's you a coat, here's you a flashlight and a set of keys to the fire truck. You can drive. No training whatsoever. That's how bad we needed fire service then. Today, it's not so easily done. You can't just throw anyone in a fire truck. Used to, I heard the impression multiple times, walk and chew bubble gum. You can drive a fire truck, you can be a fireman. That's not the case anymore. So those numbers have declined, and the demand is so up. The call volume is up. We used to, if you got 10 calls a month, you were a busy department back then. Today, we're averaging each station just fire-related. Now, we're running a little medical, too. We're assisting our medical folks. They're short, as far as needing hands on deck. And I will say this. I'm very honored to say this. This doesn't speak what your fire service is today. Tonight at the EMS conference in Knoxville, for the first time to my knowledge in history, the VFDs will be there to receive a life-saving award for saving someone's life. They assisted EMS on a cardiac event. This individual, it was a week before Christmas, 7 days exact before Christmas Day. He was having a birthday party for his granddaughter and fell on the floor and deceased. Okay? EMS requested our assistance with the teamwork we provided on that scene. That guy's living today, and he was home on Christmas with his family. So those firemen on that call that day will be awarded tonight for their services, and that's the VFDs have never been to this conference. It's a first. So again, I echo to you that you have the best in your backyard.
Thank you, Mr. Perkey, and relay on to the fire departments. We appreciate everything they do. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Move on, Hammond County Humane Society. Is someone here to represent them? We'll move on to Helen Ross McNabb.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Lay. I'm the Vice President, Chief Financial Officer with the McNabb Center. Proud to say we have been in business since 1948. We serve over 31 counties, but my favorite county is this one right here because this is where I'm from. Educated by that gentleman right there, Mr. Mike Reed. I don't know if he'll admit it or not. But in front of you, you have two requests from us, and they serve a very important purpose. The first one is our Jail to Work program, which is a award-winning program that started right here. We're very proud of this program. It's been nationally recognized. You'll also, I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces as I go around. It's nationally award-winning, and it's been tried to be replicated across everywhere, but it's never been as successful as it is right here in Hamilton County, and it's because of the money you all give us. It's very important when we apply for these grants that the grantor agencies like to see a match, and so that's what this money would goes for, is a match for those grant dollars. It means a lot that it doesn't just come from McNabb. There are a lot of people say, why don't you just put front the money? It doesn't look as good. It shows that the community is invested when you get grant matches from the local governments in United Ways, and that's why we've been so successful in getting this grant. I think, Kay, this is the third or fourth year we're running this current grant cycle. We had another grant cycle. It's been 7 years, and so something to be very proud of. That's what that request is for. If you look at our New Hope, that request, it did go up about $2,000. That is because we're seeing more and more people come in that clinic. If you look from 2016 to now, we have almost tripled our services in Hamilton and Morristown. And so, I know the mayor, you want to...
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reiterate on the Jail to Work program the success that it has had, as Don told us in probation, it keeps folks out of jail, gives them new opportunity. But also of this 200,000 that this body has gave the last 3-4 years in a row, half of that comes from our opioid money. The other half has came out of our general fund, just to break that down.
Okay. Anyone else have a question? I want to thank you all for coming today and appreciate everything you do for the county.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Senior Citizen Center.
Good afternoon. I'm Valerie Farmer, and I'm the director of the Senior Citizen Center, and we are also the Hamlin County Office on Aging. That's a long name, so we're mostly known as the Senior Citizen Center, but we also serve as the agency on aging to our county. We, as is in past, we have 2 requests. There is one request for our Vital Visits program. Our request for that was $6,500. That's the amount that we've been receiving for a few years now. That program provides a hot, fresh meal each day to approximately 15 residents in our county. We wish that program could be a lot larger, but we are run on volunteers, and so that's about all that we are able to handle. The meals come from a local restaurant, and then we have volunteers that deliver those each day to those individuals. And so that program, as I say, we've requested $6,500 for the last few years. That does not anywhere touch what we spend each year, but we do receive some funds from other agencies to kind of accommodate for that. Our other request is for our senior center / office on aging, and our agency helps anyone over the age of 50. And I've been the director for about 5.5 years now, and in that time I am seeing a lot younger of a senior coming into our center. We, as I say, accommodate anyone over the age of 50. We have a lot of seniors who are in their 50s that are attending the center, and then we also have some that we are serving in some of our other programs and services. You know, a lot of times what you see, if you're on Facebook or in the newspaper or whatever, is the senior center activities. You see that that's what we do. But we do so much more than that. We do assist our county residents with our Senior Meal Connect. We provide a food box each month for about 20 to 25 Hamlin County residents. It has a shelf stable and a produce food box. The need is so much greater than that, but we partner with Second Harvest Food Bank in order to do that. And so eventually we'd love to do a little bit more than that, but for now that's where we're sitting. We also do a lot of information and assistance. We're kind of the go-to. Everybody calls us to see who they need to contact if they need an attorney, who do they contact if they need home health. A lot of people don't know what the next steps are sometimes, and so we try to be that agency that gives them that advice and those resources. We do a lot of assisting with Medicare counseling. I don't know if any of you all have ever had to deal with that, but it is not an easy task. I don't know why Medicare.gov is such a confusing site, but it is, and so our goal is to help our seniors navigate that and be able to get the best insurance plan for them. And we also offer transportation to county residents to doctor's appointments, to the grocery store, and different things like that. We have a free tax aid assistance program. Typically each year we help about 1,000 people with free tax aid. And that's very important for especially our seniors who are on a fixed income. We have a free notary service. And then, as I say, all the other things that you see, our activities, our socialization activities that just keep our seniors active and engaged.
Anyone have any questions? Ms. Farmer, we appreciate you coming and appreciate all y'all do at Senior Citizen.
Thank you, and thank you all for your support.
Go to Morristown Hammond Library.
Hello, my name is Amanda Basinger, and I'm the interim director for Morristown Hamlin Library, and I've been interim director for exactly 1 month. So, I know I asked you for a lot of money, and I've come to explain why. I think the biggest thing I asked for, other than, well, the one thing, I'll get there, but the biggest thing was raises for all the staff, 5% raise increase because of cost of living. Expenses have increased. The really big thing, we need a new roof, and I know you guys gave us $30,000 for a new roof last year. We got that part of the roof fixed, but the flat part of our roof, it's a rubber roof, and it was last replaced in 1995. So, yeah, wow. So that project is estimated to cost $135,000, give or take. Few hundred. It's been patched twice in the last 12 years by Morristown Roofing. As soon as we got the other part of the roof fixed, it started to leak, and it's been patched temporarily for now. But where it was leaking in staff work areas where electricity is, and we had to turn the lights off, and it was creating some major safety issues. So that's part of why the request amount was so high. And then the other big building project that we have is a plumbing project in the back side of our building, in the back parking lot, is 160 feet of sewer line from the building to the manhole. We need to replace all that because it has settled in the, has it settled, Mike? Mr. Richardson? Yeah, settled. I'm trying to make sure I got, because there's 2 different plumbing projects going on. But yeah, and then we need new clean outs on both lines. But all the piping will need to be replaced and properly bedded and backfilled. So, and that project is estimated to be $45,000. So those are our 2 big projects. And then the other increases were for utilities. Our utility bill is unrecognizable from last year. It went from like $500 a month to $2,000 a month. And we were told this was because our HVAC units are not as efficient as before. That may be another big building project to get into, but we really need our roof fixed. So I'm a little more focused on that right now. And the other increases were for the cost of materials, so ordering new books to keep up with the State of Tennessee library standards, to add 12% more materials to our collection every year, to keep up with that standard. And then, you know, prices increased, gas increased, shipping increased. So we asked for more in the budget for that. And then we asked for more in our maintenance budget because our building is very old. And more money for programs, for free programs, free educational programs for children, teens, and adults. And that's about all I have. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Ms. Howe?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. We're asking them for the same amount. We asked them for $413,934, the same amount that we asked you guys for, to the county. That's good to hear. I like that. I like to hear that.
Mr. Neesmith.
$800,000, what you're asking then? 413 from each county and 413 from the city?
Yes, sir.
You're asking $800,000.
About, yeah.
Put a roof on the library and, okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Mr. Mayor?
Needs to be, it's not just for a roof. $92,000 is for a roof. That's what that is. This is operating costs for the library. That's not just. Just thought I'd bring that up.
Is the sewer line involved?
In the $92,000 asked for capital improvements, that is for a roof and some sewer work.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? thank you for coming. Thank you for what you do at the library.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Yes. Oh, excuse me, Miss Green.
I thought I understood her to say 135,000 for the roof, so please clarify that up for me.
It was 135 for the roof and 45,000 for the sewer line. Am I correct?
Yes.
It's been, then you split that between the city.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Mats, is anyone here representing Mats? Helping Hands Clinic. Lakeway Achievement Center. Senior Citizens Home Assist Center. Central Services. Rose Center. I know who Lakeway's here. Come on up. Well, I guess I pronounced it wrong. didn't I?
Fine. You're fine. How are you all?
Good.
Good. I'm Dr. Casey Alvarado. I'm the co-founder and president of Ola Lakeway. Many of you I know personally from different things we did in workforce development and in the school system. Here I have with me my powerful group of great board members. You have Rob here, Laura in the back, Susan, and then you have our executive director, Betsy Hurst. I'm going to just do a brief overview because we're asking for the same amount, but I want sometimes because many of you, you want the voice? I'm so loud though. Don't get a chance to come by Ola Lakeway, or you pass by the building that is right across from Priceless Foods, and you see a lot of cars here, and you're like, what is going on in there? And there are great things going on. We have been in service for over 12 years. We actually are celebrating our 12-year anniversary, and we encourage you to come to that celebration. We're actually having a chamber breakfast this week. And then we've also had a party, and we invite you to be a part of that and learn more about that. We provide economic mobility, stability, and social integration for the community through education for immigrants, migrants, and refugees. What's the difference? Okay, if I'm immigrating here, I'm coming here, I'm establishing myself, I want to be a part of this country. If I'm migrating here, I'm coming here to work for a little bit and pour into it, but then I may go back to my country. And if I'm a refugee, I'm running from my country because things are going on. And we have that here. But how does that affect Morristown? Well, Morristown is a fantastic place because we have over 120 industries here in Hamlin County. 10 of them are Fortune 500s. Over 50% of them are from other countries than the U.S. Germany, Canada, Japan, Mexico. And those leaders, those plant managers, those engineers, those workers, they come to Ola and they learn language and they bring their children and do STEM programs and robotic programs and reading programs and workforce development. And that's what we've did for the past years. In addition to that, we also provide support for 18 schools in the Hamlin County School District. That could be language support, that could be teacher prep, that could be professional development. But we host a newcomers center. We receive no money from Hamlin County Schools. I'll say it again. We receive no money from Hamlin County Schools. Yet we provide a space for Hamlin County Schools to have a person that comes in and that occupies that space every single day, and we give them language support and help them with any services that they're needed because we believe in the community and what's available there. In addition to that, 90% of the students that we serve that are 18 or under are American citizens. And so we provide them with not only understanding of health, mental health, robotics, art, literacy, but we also do citizenship and advocacy. We teach them about you, commissioners, city council, and how they can be that. We have them visit here and visit with the local mayor and understand how they can empower and be a part of the community, because they will be. In addition to that, this year, or the past year, we have served and given over 20,000 books in our mobile bus. If you've ever seen our mobile bus driving around, we drive around to the different clinics and communities, especially those that are unable to get out. Maybe we have mothers that just have babies or sickness that's there, and we bring whatever resources they were needed. During COVID, we actually brought masks and tests and things like that and education things to the families. Right now, we're doing a lot of literacy support, art support, and Betsy can tell you lots more about that. This year, we also served 2025 over 1,095 families. And what we say as a family is 3 or more people. And that's just in the Hamlin County region. So I'm going to hand it over to Betsy for any other additionals that you would like to know from her or any other things, because she does the work. I just get to come in and do the shiny stuff now. But this is, and the fantastic board that does the work here. So Rob, I don't know if you want to add, or Betsy.
Thank you for having us. It's an honor always to be here. And I want to say thank you for all your support during these years. It's been amazing. And to see, be part of Hamlin County and the work that we, as a group, do it, no? Because it's not just one person, it's a group. And then you are part of this, and I really appreciate that. I just want to say, Ola is also a friend and is a partner. We partnered a lot with Hamlin County Schools. We provide resources and we work together to provide a better service for our community. And that's our purpose. One thing I want to show you is that the students in our center did a book, and it's a really nice book that they were doing in 2 languages. And I'm going to invite you, when you had time, to come by the center, see the kids working together on this, projects. We thank you and appreciate it for listening and all your support you have provided to us. Thank you.
I just want to add one quick note. Commissioner Doty, you said earlier about the fire service that you're providing incredible return on investment for what you're giving. Imagine what you're getting back. And I would say that Ola Lakeway is the same. For a $15,000 county investment, over 2,000 individuals served, that is at a county cost of $7.07 per individual. And if we are not providing that service that both of them eloquently discussed of what we're providing, those families, those individuals are going to go look to the school system, going to go look to the health department, going to go look to the court system potentially, and you are not going to find that level of service for $7.07 at the county cost. So we're simply asking that you continue to fund at the same rate that you have, and we thank you, and I'll turn any questions to them because they certainly know much more in the details. Thank you.
Anyone got any questions?
Thank you, guys.
I think everybody's
Thank you.
clear. I appreciate y'all coming.
Right,
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Morristown Task Force on Diversity. Ready by 6.
Good afternoon. My name is Tish Jones at I-425 Lombardi Drive, Morristown, Tennessee. And I am the coordinator for Ready by 6. Ready by 6 is a program for prenatal through post-secondary, prenatal through 5-year-old early childhood families. And if it's all right, I'm going to pass these around. We work solely with that prenatal to 5-year-old early childhood family group. And there are very, very few things in our county that supports the prenatal. And you will see that in our grant this year, we appreciate the support in the past, but we have asked for $5,000 again. And one of the things we're doing, Mr. Bunch touched on earlier this morning, we have created a kindergarten readiness toolkit. We are working right now in a pilot program with approximately 60 children in Hamlin County this year where we provide them with a toolkit, and in that toolkit they receive information for the parent to work with the child for the with games, activities, alphabet, numbers. And what we're doing is testing the pilot program so we can then increase it. It is for 4-year-old children, and this is to help them meet the standards that they are currently not meeting when they enter the school system. If they enter the school system with the skills they need, then they're going to transition the K through 12 system much more easily. It's going to be much easier on the teachers. It's going to allow us all to have better citizens at the end. It also is a very difficult thing with behavior. COVID did a real job on our early childhood families. And this year, our first COVID children entered the system. And behavioral problems have become a tremendous issue, as I'm sure you're aware, because of what's happening with the alternative schools. So part of our toolkit is based on behavioral and how we can help them. We're located, we have a Ready by 6 office in Central Services, and we serve the population that comes to Central Services, but we are an organization of approximately 25 local, region, and state organizations that support early childhood families. We meet once a month, we communicate with each other, we help each other out. We had a situation where a woman came in last week, and she could not get formula for her baby because she couldn't get a Social Security number for the baby because they're so backed up with the Social Security system. We have all the ingredients there. We have the diapers, we have the formula, we have the clothes that we can help those parents with. We also get calls from the hospital for a car seat. We provide car seats to the children here. We've provided over 20 car seats this year to the children in Hamlin County so far. So we are there to support the start of our community, those that need your support and our support and the community support as a whole to improve the end result, which then becomes our workers and citizens here in our county. And we are also working on gathering information from the Lakeway Human Resource Association, from the employees of Hamlin County, and the employers from Hamlin County to create data that shows Hamlin County is considered a child desert county. That means that there are 3 children for every 1 local place for an early child care center placement. So we are really desperate. And what that means is that parents can't go to work because they have to stay home with their children. They can't do promotions, and they sometimes have to move from full-time to part-time work. So we are creating the data and actions that we can address this issue to improve the early child care center situation here in Hamlin County. We thank you for your support, and we ask that you continue to support our early childhood families.
Anyone have any questions?
Well, let me introduce myself before you ask questions, since I'm standing here. I'm Alex Romer-Ginsky, president of ColorTech. This is our 40th year in Hamlin County, and we're in the midst of a $40 million expansion. And we, like other employers in Hamlin County, cannot find qualified workers. So we firmly, corporate-wise, are donating to these programs, and we ask the county to do it just like with the school system. Hearing Director Bunch this morning say 66.7% of school children in kindergarten are not ready to go to school, to me is embarrassing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howe.
Did that in May, and I said, you're gonna have to really do a lot of work at home to get ready. It'd be wise if you could maybe kind of hang on to him another year, but she needed to go to work. And I thought, oh my goodness, and then you could see what was gonna happen, and I said, well, you know, maybe by 2nd grade, you may have to repeat, which then gets into your 3rd grade testing, and it all, you can see it all begin right there, and I'm so grateful. How do parents, I hope at the hospital when they say, here, you need to sign up for this program or something.
They do. We also have a Ready by 6 toolkit, which y'all also helped fund. The book that you saw, Hello Baby, is in that Ready by 6 toolkit. It is given to every child, and now It doesn't matter whether they're from Hamlin County or not. We give it to every family that is birthed at Morristown Hamlin Hospital. And in that kit, it has the book, it has instructions, it has a list of locations. You know, we also created the Hamlin Resource Guide, and there are over 70 organizations listed on the Hamlin Resource Guide. We run that guide free of charge. No one pays, well, we pay to have it maintained, but I mean, we don't charge anything for it. And there are 70 organizations from Hamlin County listed on that guide. And if you go to if you look it up, if you go to hamlinresourceguide.org, you will see the guide, you'll see the 70 organizations. If you click on one of those organizations, it takes you directly to their website. So you can learn about the resources that you can get. We have Barbara Simmons, which I'm sure many of you know. She is our social worker with the Ready by 6 program, and she meets with families 2 days a week. We can only afford 2 days a week, but she meets with the family. She directs them to other organizations. You just, I mean, I could tell you stories for a long time, but you don't. It's a really sad issue, and so she can direct them to find resources they need to help support. Many of these families are single families or single mothers. Many of them are grandparents that are raising children. We have one family that came in with 7 children. The mother and father went to jail, and the 7 children, one was a 6-month-old baby. And, you know, we were able to help and provide and comfort, and Barbara was able to help that family through the resources that your Ready by 6 organization does. We're not a whole lot. There are not a whole lot of organizations like us across the state. And so we really appreciate any and every bit of support you give us. Thank you so much.
Well, and we also appreciate you're seeing the newborn, and you're seeing 18, 19 years later.
Well, and the Jail to Work program, which McNabb Center, so we've got 13 of those ladies, and they're all doing great. So we're giving them a career.
Wow.
So I think we have the most in Hamlin County.
Anyone
But
else?
it helps us all.
Very good. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, you know, I was struck by what Mr. Bunch said this morning as well, and of course, I've worked with you guys a lot. You know, if we're gonna wait until pre-K or kindergarten, you're never going to catch up. You're never going to get to that that reading rate that you want in 3rd grade. It has to happen from birth to 4. It falls on the parents, but we know that there are issues with parents out there, and if we don't have these organizations that can fill these holes and do these things, we're going to be chasing that reading rate forever and a day.
And the whole 25 organizations really collaborate together. They support one another, and if one can't do it, the other one does it. So we are really reaching out to our birth to 5-year-old families.
We appreciate what you do at Ready to 6, and appreciate Color Tech for what all they do too. Anyone here from Friends of Hospice? Just raise the mic up, please.
I'll try. Maybe not. Okay, how about this?
That's it.
My name is Cheryl Fell. I'm the executive director for Serenity House. I've been there for about 6 months now, and the special thing about our program is just all the Hamlin County residents that we can help through this program. I want to start by saying thank you so much for what you already do, because it's been so helpful to us. Every penny, and I'm sure everybody says that, but it's true. Every penny makes a difference. We're such a niche program, not anything like us around anywhere locally. I do know of one in Chattanooga, and I think one in Ohio, and I don't think there's any other thing around like us. But we try to help those who fall in the cracks, those people who are working paycheck to paycheck but really need help for their loved one. We're trying to make sure that, they can come in and stay. And so each person that comes in pays according to a sliding scale on what they can afford. Sometimes they can't afford to pay anything. Even at full pay, we're still less than what you pay at a hospital or a hospice agency or a life care center or something like that. So we're doing the best that we can as far as being local here in the community and serving all the Hamilton County people. We do serve outside of Hamilton County. We cover the Lakeway area, but it's mostly 65% are Hamilton County residents that we're serving. We try to serve as many as we can. If there's a need, again, we're a niche service. Most people don't know we exist till they need us. So it's really hard to raise money to get them to see us, but we're doing well. And I just appreciate your time and just being able to come up here and speak on behalf of them. Just to know that you guys helping changes everything. Whatever we get, again, we're serving so many people, 120 a year, just about. 65% of those being from Hamilton County, and we just appreciate it.
Well, I really appreciate what you do because you serve people in the most crucial time of their life.
When they need us most,
And when
absolutely.
and you all do an excellent job. Does anybody else?
Thank you.
Yes.
Can you hear him, Amanda?
That's the blessing of what we do. We're able to serve and be there for those so they can pass with dignity, so they've got their families with them. So family members can be family members and not caretakers. That's what we do. We do have, again, we're not a medical facility, so we don't have that option. We don't have insurance. We operate really by donations, fundraisers, and what little bit that each patient can offer to pay. So we just, again, appreciate what you do for us, and we just ask that you'd continue to support us.
Anyone else? Sure do thank you for coming and what all you do for the community. It's a great service.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me some time.
Thank you. Stepping Out Ministries. Hamilton County Substance Abuse Coalition. Encore.
Hello, everyone. I'm very glad to be here on behalf of Encore. I've been a board member since 2019. I'm Amanda Martins, and I am very excited about some of the programs and the just the direction that the theater company is going. I do work with some of the accounting, although I have been on the stage before. Mr. Hahn may or may not remember that he is the only teacher I ever had that was going to paddle me for talking too much. So I can say I have channeled that. I have a hold of it. I have a great place to, get that out of my system. So this is our 20th year. We're very excited. We started in December of 2006. So we have a birthday party this afternoon that we are celebrating with a lot of the former cast members and some of the kids that have grown up in our education programs. Our asking is for the operational as well as educational pieces. We do have 3 employees at this point, all of them part-time, of course, but everyone else is a volunteer. Our education director is also a paid employee, and that is her whole focus. She is also a company member and has been with us since 2006. Some of the things that you may know that education we provide is drama clubs in the school systems. We do summer camps along with Rose Center in the summertime. We also have some great junior company and festivals that we use that our children go to, that I'll let Emma speak to a little bit more. She's highly involved with all of this, and again, we're mostly volunteers that we are trying to raise money and then work with all of these programs. So I will let Emma speak to some of those programs that she's been involved in.
Hi everyone, my name is Emma Lawson. I've grown up here in Hamlin County, and I also say I grew up with Encore, because I started being involved in their programs when I was a young star myself, when I was around 13 or 14 years old. And I'm still here, and I'm serving as a company member now, and I work really closely with our junior company program, with our Young Stars series, with our JTF program, all of those things. They're all wonderful offerings, and they are all a labor of love. So Encore does 6 shows in its main season, and that is our big offering. And 2 of those shows are part of the Young Stars series, and that is generally gearing towards ages 8 to 18. Something really special about Encore that in our 20 years of existing is we have never been a pay-to-play organization. And that is increasingly becoming more common in the theater world, because it is hard to put on a show, and it costs a lot of money to put on a show.
And a lot of time.
A lot of time, a lot of money. So there's a lot of organizations in our area that do similar arts programmings that have a registration fee for kids to participate. Thus far in Encore's history, we have not had that barrier, that financial barrier for any kid to be involved, and that's something that we really want to be able to continue doing. I also work really closely with our junior company program, which is an apprenticeship style program that's application based for teens in our area, and they get to learn some hands-on backstage production and technical aspects of theater. And a lot of that will directly kind of pipeline them into maybe a career in the arts. So we've worked closely with other organizations. Last year I took our junior company to a backstage tour of the Bijou Theater in Knoxville. They got to get some interviews with professionals in the industry, and those are just kids from here in Hamlin County that are really interested in the arts and want to know what more is out there. The last thing that we really do I wanted to talk about is our drama clubs, and we are currently, or have been in the past, in the schools of John Hay, Alpha, Meadowview, Lincoln, Manly, and we had a homeschool drama club. And out of all of those, there are currently 3 schools that now do yearly productions with their kids through Encore's help to get their drama clubs up and running. And those drama clubs only cost $15 to participate in per kid. And that covers their script, their books, and anything else they might need. But Encore comes in and covers the cost of royalties for a show. The people who do it are volunteers. I volunteered for one myself back in the day. I worked at Meadowview with some amazing kids there, and we did a little show of Little Mermaid, and it was so cute. And a lot of those kids start in drama clubs because we reach them in the schools, and they come out and do more stuff with us, and then they get more involved with our organization. And I think that's what I have to say about, that.
If you have any questions, we'd be glad to answer anything operations, program-wise, that we can.
Anyone, any questions? Thank you for coming today. Sounds like you all do a wonderful deed there.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this moment, I don't see anybody else with any more of the nonprofits left on the list. Let's take a 4-minute break right quick, and then we'll come back and finish right quick.
Hey.
4 minutes is up. Call the Budget Committee back to order. At this time, if you'll go to tab 59, we'll start with Sanitation Fund. Mr. Jeff Wise Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening to all commissioners. I know you're tired, so I'm going to let Mike do some of this budget because I don't talk loud, and y'all be asleep in about 10 minutes if I stay up here. So I'm going to let Mike go over some of this stuff.
So according to Mr. Bobby Hahn, we have 6-hour limit here. Or no, that was, who was? All right, so we got a little summary section here. If you look on the first part of that, it was a handout that we gave to you. Yeah, that was a handout that you got this morning. But anyway, just to kind of recap on the sanitation side, we average about 100 and, well, on the household and construction debris waste, we get about 23,000 tons a year, and that's plus or minus. That's year to date. We still got a couple of months left to go to get our numbers in. And on the recycle, we do about 439 tons, 500 tons a year of recycle stuff. This information is just to kind of give you a background where we are. We do about 20,000 cans average per week. Since the last 2 years, we've sold and delivered over 800 new cans. Part of that's because our old cans, our cans are 20 plus years old, and then we've got a lot of new people coming in, and when we went to the automated side loader, they can't stack their debris on top anymore, so they had to buy new cans to put that in, but we've got a line item in there to increase that, or to replenish those. Our garbage trucks, we do have 5 trucks that we run weekly. 2 are the automated side loaders, 3 are the rear loaders. We have 1 recycle machine, or 1 truck. And then we have 3 spares that we use on the trash side. And our oldest trash spare is to 2009, a 9 bottle. And then our 5-year average spend on the truck is about $80,000 per truck. So, and that comes and goes. Right now we have had a lot of issues with trucks. Part of that has to do with where we have to deliver up into the landfill. We're having a lot of brake issues. Where we take those trucks and empty them, a lot of mud gets into the brake system, gets into suspension, and so we're having a lot of problems there. Let me see, the key points that we're looking at is the fuel costs have nearly doubled in the last 2 months. We're normally about a $10,000 a month fuel. It's $20,000, $21,000 last month. Bulk waste quantities, and Tommy spoke to this morning. It's unreal how much bulk waste we have out there. We can't get to them. One of the problems is we're down 3 truck drivers on the garbage side, so we can't let the garbage not be picked up. So we have to move those truck drivers over to the brush drivers over to the garbage side so we can continue that. So the brush is getting behind on that. And then part of our problem too is, we've got a lot of people out there that are getting ready to retire, or we have quit and gone to other places. Our wage rate for CDL drivers aren't competitive with the private, industries. And I think that's kind of, common factor with the whole government. So when you get down to the actual budget line items, if you look, we just highlighted the ones that we've actually had some changes in. The first one is the 433 lubricants item, line item. We're at $17,000 on our budget. That's up $3,000. Most of that's because either the old trucks or the new automated side loaders require additional lubrication. 451 uniforms, we've had just a price increase on that. The 499 line item has other supplies and materials. We actually had to go up on that as well, $7,000. Our line item budget's $25,000 this year, but that's gloves, boots, PPE, some rain gear, and stuff like that. So And our pest control, we threw that into that line item as well. On the 718 line item, motor vehicles, the budget this year is going to be $680,000. That's a $210,000 increase. What we've asked for there is a new automated side loader, and then also a non-CDL truck, smaller truck to replace the recycle truck, and we'll take the recycle truck that we're currently using now and move it to our spares. So we're going to try to start recycling or rotating these pieces of equipment so we can keep something that's reasonably new and serviceable. Any questions on those?
Ms. Green?
Am I understanding correctly, you've got 5 brush trucks running? Because I've had that question for the last 2 weeks.
What we've got is, we've had some people quit, and we've had some retire, and one of them's hurt for rolling the other garbage truck we had. So that took all my drivers on my brush. I had put in garbage, because garbage got to be picked up every day. So we've not had about 1 truck out there working on brush, because I've have to use them for garbage. So now that we didn't have no applications. So now we finally hired some people. Some supposed to come in Monday if they show up. And, you know, you got to train them. So that's 3 weeks of training them their route. So we're going to be down on brush pickup for probably 3 months.
You've not got any, if I understand you correctly, and I apologize for interrupting you, Mr. Weiscarver, but right now you're not running brush trucks at
I've
all?
got
Because
one
you
running.
don't, just one?
Everybody else is
And
on
I'm
garbage.
assuming that's the entire county, sir?
Yes. And we changed it before all this happened. We used to run all west end and then all east end. We went in and changed it and put one in every 4 districts of the county, and it was working good. I mean, we was within 2.5 weeks.
So we went from an 8-week rotation to get around the county to about a 2.5 week by doing the 4 corners of the county. And then we had one additional truck, we call it our spare truck, that would run hot spots for Tommy in the bulk waste. What happens is our guys will come in and they'll make a list of a problem area, and we'll send it to Tommy to have him look at it. And if he decides that it's, you know, this is construction waste, you don't need to pick it up, I'm going to write a letter. Or he'll say, yeah, go ahead and pick it up, it's okay. So we have one truck that just kind of hits hot spots like that. But we were at 2.5 weeks rotation. We're trying to give everybody in the county a little love, except instead of going one side, a lot of love, 2 months or whatever, and go to the next one.
Yes, ma'am, I apologize, ma'am.
Go ahead, Ms. Howe.
We're hiring No, we're hiring drivers for 18, and everywhere else is paying 24 to 26. And
we do have benefits.
Yeah, but
But if you're
young people don't care about the benefits.
Yeah, if you're a young man,
they don't care.
If you're a young man that's invincible, as we all were at one time, you know, benefits doesn't matter. It's cash, and my family, and my diapers, and my TV, and my telephone.
Any other questions? Ms. Howe?
We're enabling that. So one of the things that we could do, and it's not a pleasant process, is to make this an enterprise fund, similar to the city. If it's an enterprise fund, it has to fund itself. So we'd figure up our numbers, divide it by the amount of trash cans we have and say, okay, it's either a $10, $20, $30 fee, whatever that is. That's a big change to our budgeting process. And you know, the commission set this up years ago, 96 or so, or earlier, whatever, that the highway department would handle this garbage issue or all the trash issue. Jeff doesn't get paid for that. We don't have a person in the administrative person that gets paid for that. So it's kind of a burden to the highway department, but it's something that the county commission years past has said we need to do. So
It's about 85% of what we do every day is garbage,
And-
pulling away from the road.
And just to be honest with you, those brush trucks was made for brush pick.
Yes, sir.
They was not made for solid waste. You're supposed to haul your solid waste stuff out to the thing. But now here's the other thing. Until you get that where they can dump it back in that building, they're not going to drive top of that hill and dump. People's not. So I know that's out of your control. That'd be the sanitation board. But I've been on them about putting that back in the building. And I think more people will return to the dump. Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Right.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
And they won't let everybody do that. We're talking about class 3 debris. What I'd like to reiterate to these gentlemen, what they're suggesting, we're on the verge in this county. We're going to have to make some radical decisions about bulk waste and how we handle that. Not door-to-door garbage pickup, but bulk waste. We've spoiled our county. Now we take it away, what's going to happen? It's a scary thought. We've got to get this figured out, but we're talking with Jeff and Mike. I think in moving forward, it can happen right now. There's too many decisions to be made, but that is one area that we have to get a handle on, and quick. It's overrunning us. Well, you've already heard the concerns. I think that moving forward is where we've got to focus on is bulk waste. The cost is astronomical. It's eating us up. We can't keep trucks running. Employees, I don't know. Enterprise, maybe that's the answer. Maybe there's another answer. Privatization, don't know. But yet I just want this body to understand the thoughts are running. Think tanks are starting, trying to figure out how to move forward.
Can we move on to tab? It's getting late, guys.
No, I'm gonna try and get you out of here.
Yes.
I would just echo part of that too, real quick, and for later discussion is Jeff just said 85% is spent on sanitation. If we're paving more roads, your guys are out doing more work for prep of more roads, and then we're going to get behind in paving, right? So it may be something down the road to consider. I think Rodney's talked about it too, about not adding, but designating more people to handle the bulk side, so you can stay on top of the roads that we've allocated more funds for down the road.
It's a domino.
Right.
And the domino's going to go this way, and then it's going to start spiraling. So, okay.
Move on to tab Highway Fund 131.
Okay, so a summary of Highway 131. County roads paved this year is 10 miles. State aid roads paved 3.5 miles. The patchwork, if you look down through the system here, we've put on about 864 individual work orders, and that's about the CTAS has a formula that tells us what a person's worth, what a truck's worth, what the equipment is, and all those kind of things. So we've done on the average about let's call it $1.2 million worth of just repair work orders. That's only on patch and repair for potholes. If you go down the next line, that doesn't include the 10.5 or 13.5 miles that we had to prep so we could come in and pave. We usually have 2 pothole crews, a couple of dig crews, we call it, and that does a lot of our prep work. With 10.5 miles or 13 miles that we're going to do next year, we're going to have to start a lot earlier on our prep work. That's just a fact. To get these miles or get these roads paved, we got to start earlier doing the prep work. So we'll be bringing to you a list soon of potential roads so you can say, yeah, that looks good, let's go that route. And then that way we can start prepping on them this fall. We mow about 489 miles. There's 407 miles of roads in the county that we maintain. Out of that, we only mow a portion of that. But when you go up and down, when you go up a mile and down a mile, that's 2 miles. So we got 489 miles. We mowed with 2 tractors this year, 4 times minimum. And then at the end of the year, Christmas to spring, we clean up. We go and mow the hedgerows, cut out any limbs and that kind of stuff. So additional key points to add to operational pressures here. Again, fuel costs have doubled. Nobody's interested in entry-level positions for the wage rates we're able to pay. Younger generations aren't concerned with the benefit package. And again, the wages for CDL people. And we have to have those CDL drivers because we dump trucks, trailers or trucks with trailers and 10,000 pounds of equipment on them. So anything over that 26,000 pounds requires a CDL or a truck and a trailer combination.
That's the reason we're asking for some of these, we're fixing to ask for these dump trucks to be non-CDL, so I can use anybody. When somebody don't show up or on vacation, that we could, haul 8 to 10 tons. And the road department right now, I think, is 5 employees short and ain't got no applications. So all my other guys, instead of having 2 crews, I've got 1. And not enough flagmen for that. I got a supervisor that's flagging. Just to tell you it's amazing what we do, really, what we got. We got 64 pieces of equipment up there, counting trucks and backhoes and everything, 64 pieces of equipment. I've got 2 mechanics.
A mechanic and a fabricator.
Yeah, a mechanic and a fabricator to run us. So if you come back there any day you want to come up, you'll go back there, you'll see them working on a garbage truck. In about 15, 20 minutes, they get a call, they have to go out in the field and get somebody running again out of the middle of the road. Time they get back, they got a mower, and they're probably working an hour or 2 on what's in the shop by the time they get back. But they work hard, and it's amazing what they do to keep us running with just 2 people.
So on our capital request this year, we're looking for attachments for the paving and snow removal to outfit some trucks, and then skid steers and tractors. We're looking for the 2 non-CDL dump trucks, and they're going to equip those with snow plows and salters. And they're going to replace 2 dump trucks that we use every day to run somewhere and get asphalt. Those trucks, one of them's a 2004 Sterling, and that's the key word, Sterling. It has 300,000 miles, and we spent almost $86,000 in repairs since 2013. The other one's a 2006 with 145,000 miles. Excuse me. It's currently down because we can't get parts. Sterling quit manufacturing trucks in 2009 and quit manufacturing replacement parts in 2019. So we've got 2 trucks we can't find parts for, other than duct tape, baling wire, those kind of things. The reason we'd like this CDL, non-CDL stuff, we had Miss Howe come up and ride the back of a garbage truck for a day. We could actually put her in front on our dump truck, and she could do that next. So anybody, that's passes the insurance test could drive the CDL, the non-CDL equipment for us. So if you go down to the budget line for 113, again, this is just things that have been a big change. On our electricity, 415, we got a $40,000 budget. That changes 17.5. We split the cost now with the sanitation side, and also we have two traffic lights and about 8 street lights out at the intersection of Merchant Green and 160 that we have to pay for the maintenance and utilities on all the time. 312, contracts with private agencies. Our new budget's $30,000. Well, we moved $75,000 over to Fund 1 to 76, and that was to help with the maintenance of effort. And that's, again, the 176 is really dedicated to wheel tax and paving, and that's part of it. 430 coal mix, we've only asked for $500 increase over last year. That's just some additional materials, and what we're trying to do there is go to the state. We can purchase off the state contracts cheaper, so we're looking into that. We did the same thing with salt last year. Concrete, we've just had some additional expenses for, we're seeing a lot of box culverts now that we're having to fix and repair, so we've asked for a little bit more money there. On our highway equipment, 714, we've asked for $73,064, and that's the miscellaneous attachments for the paving. We need some aftercoolers for the skid steers, some brooms that will hook up the attachments. Part of this is some saws for the asphalt, snow plow for one of the trucks that we didn't buy fitted. And we need to replace one for an older truck, but it's the one we're trying to take out of service, so we're going to put it on a new truck, the plow and the salter. And then if you go down to the 718 motor vehicles, our budgets, we've asked for $392,000 and change. That's for the 2 non-CDL dump trucks with snow plows and salters on those. So any questions about that?
What size truck is that?
They're little Mac 2s. We've had quoted. It'll be a mini Mac kind of.
Something like about last time?
Yeah.
It'd be non-CDL.
And that's a function of 25,900 pounds versus 26,000 pounds.
How about 8 ton, 8 to 10 ton?
Yeah. So
I was surprised myself.
Instead of doing a donut hole, they came up, annexed part of it, came down, and went across and left us an interchange. We'll be getting more phone calls.
I say we put around
Anytime we get I'm not going there.
So that is a donut hole.
Well, no, it's just the way the thing was annexed. We actually own, it's both exit 8 and in the
That's
Merchant
right.
Green area.
That's
We
right.
kind of own the interchange, the county does. We were asked to
Yeah,
support,
right.
on exit 8, we were asked to support a traffic light, which is somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000 plus or minus, plus the maintenance over the years, for a parcel of ground that was on the other side of the county.
Right.
And we declined that.
We got another one coming up.
Yeah, we got another one coming up.
It is strange to that point, when that information came, I talked to these gentlemen about it, and we declined. It wasn't going to benefit us necessarily. But also, likewise, they asked us to join in another venture on East AJ Highway and Morris Boulevard, and as soon as we do that and put in the infrastructure, guess who will annex that? Because it's in the urban growth boundary. So we declined. Excuse me, no.
We're not gonna do it.
We're not, no.
Well, it's going to be mandated by the state that at this point in time, they're going to put red lights up, and it's temporary until the project's complete. And hopefully at that point in time, it'll be annexed into the city.
That's what we expect.
But we have no decision in their decision. And so the state says we want red lights here, let's call it traffic signals.
Exactly. The one thing they did ask us to do was to upgrade that to the steel mast arms, and we declined that. But he's telling you right, the state is mandating this traffic light at East AJ and Morris Boulevard dead end. Where that comes in, it'll be Luther Prophet Road, I think, that crosses over, and that'll be a traffic light intersection. They wanted us to fund the upgrade to mast arms. We declined.
Ms. Howe?
We've been asked to upgrade the lights we have at some point in time, and that's about a $40,000 hit per light, and I think there was, I think it required 4 radar, but we're putting that off as long as we can, so.
Go to Fund 176.
Fund 176, basically that's our fund that we use to pull out of for our paving for the year, it's the wheel tax money. The only thing we've done there is we've moved item 312, contracts with private agencies. We've moved $125,000, and most of that is to help striping for the roads we're paving next year. And that's to help the maintenance of effort. Ms. Amanda worked hard to make sure that we didn't have to get more money funneled in to start that process of maintenance of effort to increase. And the same thing with the guardrails, 467, the guardrails, we moved that over there to help with that. Because it's all part of the process. The way we looked at our agreement, it's all the prep work and all the pieces, parts required to pave under the wheel tax. So that's kind of where that is.
Any questions on that? Guys, I appreciate it. I know you're up against the wall with drivers. I guess the only solution is pay raise. You know, but I'm not sure if that will get you drivers.
But, you know, we're at a point where it's a services issue or, you know, pay raise or something. If there's alternative ways to help offset some of the stuff in the, you know, the bulk waste collection, that might help places, but we're down to the nitty-gritty.
Thank you very much for coming, Mr. Wisecarver.
Thank you all.
Now we'll move to Miss Amanda Hale.
All right.
I'll try to hurry through these. They're pretty straightforward, the majority of them. The first one is tab 57. That's the county attorney. And there is no change in that budget. I'm sorry, it's not tab 57, it's tab 8.
Tab 8. That's what
I apologize.
I missed it.
8. Tab 8, county attorney. So you can see it's 0 change compared to this year. The next tab that I have is tab 15, other general administration. That's $16,500. There's no change, and what that covers is a program called TextMyGov, and Election Commission uses it. Teresa West uses it for circuit court. It can be used for EMA. It's a mass notification system for employees and citizens, and we've used it the last several years, and that's all that's in that budget. If any of you have any questions, just stop me, but we'll move on. Tab 16 is the budget for archives, and $14 increase on all the budgets as I went through them this year. The data processing services line 317, I increased them 5% over what they are this year. That's the Microsoft 365 maintenance agreements, in just anticipation as so many other things have gone up. We think Microsoft 365, I hope 5% is enough, but that's the $14 increase in archives. The next tab is tab 17. That's finance. The majority of that increase comes from the position that was added mid-year this year for the grant assistant person. And then the associated taxes and benefits that comes with that. And then we were able to reduce some of our maintenance agreement lines and data processing, contracts with private agencies. And Chris mentioned it in his overview last Monday night, but I'll just go back and for a second. The state retirement line on everyone's budget, line 204, that's where our TCRS comes out of, and for the last several years, it's been 7% for a non-post certified employee. The state has increased that to this coming year. It will be 7.32%. So I think it ended up being less than $100,000. But again, it's something we have to fund. There's not a choice. So as you look through these budgets at other departments, if you see their state retirement line is up, that's why. The next. If no one has any questions on finance, I'll move on to the next one on, I think the agenda is tab 43, other public safety, but that's the one that we addressed earlier. That's the radios for the emergency employees, the Motorola radios that Director Parkey talked about. So I think we can skip over that one because we've already talked about it. Tab 44 is the health department. And as I mentioned earlier when Terry Myers was here, I moved out the janitorial services. So if you look at line 328, there's a decrease of $24,900. That's what we're currently paying to clean the health department. And it's in Terry's budget now. And then the big thing there is the line 299, other fringe benefits, and that's $200,000 is the dental loan repayment that you all have already approved. It's $100,000 every calendar year. So across this fiscal year, we anticipate spending $200,000. So one in the fall and one in the spring. And then we included some increase, $5,000 for utilities in anticipation of the new location. Any questions on the health department? Tab 49 is soil conservation. And the only change there is with the longevity pay and then state retirement, associated taxes. No questions. We'll go to tab 54. That's veteran services. And really no change there other than the retirement and the increase 1 year more longevity for Mr. Williams. Employee benefits is tab 55. And this is where our liability insurance falls and workers' comp insurance. I reached out to our insurance company, and they are anticipating a 5 to 8% increase in our premiums for this coming year. And so you can't really look at just what the costs are this year, because remember, like, we opened the new Justice Center, that came on our insurance in November. So, and then when Oak Tree Plaza opens, will be reassessed, of course, by our insurance company. So, therefore, the additional cost there.
How do we determine what insurance company we use there? Is that a bid out process?
So, we use Tennessee Risk Management Trust. It's a Tennessee insurance pool. We have used private insurance companies in the past, and they would drop us just like mid-year for mainly because of the jail conditions. And we found that the insurance pool, they cover this, for many other counties and cities. And the customer service is great. First of all, I have to come in and
we use it as a good system.
And I think you all and the pricing, of course, is better than what we were seeing, and they don't drop us. it's been a very good relationship we have with them. Okay, if everybody's good with that one, then the last one I think that I have is tab 57, and that's capital projects. There is a $58,000 increase in building improvements. Terry asked that we put money in the budget, $75,000 for roofing, re-roofing this old side of the building. As you probably walk through, you can see, actually EMA's ceiling fell in a few weeks ago. There's lots of leaks. It's, you know, he's Band-Aided it as he thinks as long as he can. So there's money in there for roofing, and then the rest of the money, he thinks that we need to resurface and stripe the parking lot. So that's where the...
Whatever come of the grant you was trying to get to fix that front?
Excuse me, that was a historic grant, and all that grant was for the portico, or basically the front porch. That grant was a 50% match grant. There was a bid go out. Former Mayor Britton put that out. A bid came in at $1.2 million to replace the front porch. We did not proceed to go forward with that grant. It was a 50% match. We were only up to $500,000, so basically we were going to have to put up $750,000. And experts in our area had suggested just let that go. When time comes, we can probably get this done on our own, less than, you know, less than $500,000 period, rather than, so that's what happened. But that money was only for the portico.
And I just want to, on those terms of that grant too, like you had to replace the wood with the exact type of wood that was there. I mean, there was so many specifications on the what was used because it was through the Tennessee Historical Society. So to meet their requirements would have, you know, like, I don't know if we need we want it to look the same, but do you need the exact wood that's out there right now? I don't know. Okay.
While you're talking about capital projects, I want to go back to this right quick because, and I know we'll talk about it later, but for the library, is there not any kind of grants that we can get for that library because it is a library?
Obviously, we can certainly look, Rodney, but this, or Chairman, this is a joint venture. I mean, the city of Marshtown as well is trying to subsidize any cost that we can. It's something, you know, folks, there's maintenance projects all around, and we have to maintain our buildings. And we've neglected this down the road, or moving forward. We've got to address some of these issues. I've said it more than once. This historic site has got some things we've got to look at. We work in the old Justice Center. We've got to renovate. We've got to take care of that. There's issues in a lot of our buildings that we need to address.
I think there's a lot of people will agree. You can holler you didn't raise taxes for 19 years. But when you let buildings fall down, then there's a payday coming for it. And that's what has happened to us. It's caught up with us in the school system. It's caught up with us in our county buildings.
Right. There's so much frugality that you can do. Yeah, pay us now or pay us later. Is that the one? Yeah. Yes, sir, Mr. Richardson. Sorry, Bob. No, you go ahead.
I was going to say that on the library roof, I know there's been some concerns about it. I actually was the one that roofed that with Morristown Roofing in 1995. I think it's done a pretty good job. And they went up about 12 years behind and put some patches on the seams. And I went up and looked at it again. Wind got up under it and blew some of it off, and we went and patched that up. So it's fragile, and it can last a little bit, but it's going to have a new roof at some point in time.
Right.
It was until
I didn't mean to drag it in.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I just want the body to know we've got things to address, and they are in the budget. moving forward, we've got some other things we'll talk about.
So down to line 712, heating and air conditioning equipment, we have kept $40,000 in there. I know Terry told us this morning that several units have already been replaced, but keep in mind that the old Justice Center, we'll call it now, the old jail, that's still a building that we have to maintain. And Terry anticipates there's a unit over there that may go soon. And then the last line, 799 there, $92,000. Of course, that's where the library roof and plumbing repairs that we've talked about. Down in under public safety projects, line 718, motor vehicles, there's $174,000 in the budget, and that's for the 3 new vehicles that the Sheriff's Department has requested. And that, I think, is all the capital projects. And all of my tabs. So
All
you're
for
next.
now, that is.
That's all, yes, for now.
Mr. Mayor, are you ready?
You're up.
All right, if you'll turn to tab number 5, our county commission budget. All that's pretty much self-explanatory. If you move down on the right-hand side, audit services, that will go up $1,000 this year in estimation. We do have a $3,500 reduction. Our IT department is currently handling all of our recording services. We thank you, Jeff, for what you do. Moving on down, let's see. The $2,500, if you'll see that additional cost in travel with anybody elected to this body with 2 terms or less needs to attend orientation. And that will happen in October this year, so we anticipate a little bit more participation in that conference. Therefore, we've asked for a little bit more travel expense for that line for the county commission. Moving on down, you see a reduction of $13,607. Last year, this body was awarded or gave new tablets and projectors. That cost was last year. We will not incur that, so that budget line item is reduced. And the $2,000 increase in other charges, that's for our public notices. Any questions? Okay, if you'll turn to tab 7. The very first line there, y'all do realize the salary of this office is set by state, by the population, and they added a 2.56% increase to that salary. And the related cost as you go down with everything, let's see. Yes, at the very bottom, $3,400, that's significant. That increase is our Christmas breakfast that we award our county employees each and every year. It's a good event that we come together and enjoy time together. That is the biggest expense that we have there. It incorporates a couple of other things. We have a group that maintains our social media. That's part of that. They do our promotions and things. That cost is involved in that line. Also, there's a magazine that the chamber puts out, and the county is an advertiser in that. Any questions? Okay, let's see, tab 41. Tab 41 is for our medical examiner. We anticipate a slight salary increase in that. If you'll look down at $399, the medical increase, we've got a $2,000 bump in that. We're not certain where that's coming or where that's going to come in, but we do anticipate a slight bump in that salary. go back to the top, $3,000 added. That is for the AT&T phones that each of the medical examiners carry, as well as hotspots so they can do their work in the field. Any questions? Yes.
On contract with private agencies, what's the?
Yes, that is for our autopsies. That's quite a bit, but that is what that is. And it's budgeted for that. Any other questions?
Is three,
Well, the medical examiner would most likely. I think that is who determines on the spot. Well, it could be ordered by other agencies, I'm certain, but I think the medical examiner, when one's pronounced, they make that determination if there's a need. If they can actually determine, hey, this happened, I don't think it's, I'm stepping across the boundary here. I don't really know, but that's how I understand. Medical examiner will make that determination most often.
341, is that cremation?
Yes, well, pauper funerals, yes, it is that. J.R. Thompson, that was here, that works with EMS, he has done a great job in reducing that, tracking family members down, taking care of that. So we've had a reduction in that, but still, you're exactly right. That's for unclaimed, and unfortunately, that happens. Any other question? All right, let's conclude with tourism. If you'll go there, you'll see we've got a $15,000 increase there. We're trying to take care of July. That's July 4th is what that is. That's July 4th plus a disc golf tournament, Tennessee Disc Golf that we are a part of. That's where these costs are, right there. And the county puts on, of course, our biggest blowout of the year. And this year, by the way, America's 250th celebration. Has everyone heard we've secured a nice entertainer? Sawyer Brown is going to be the headliner for that day, and a local band from Dandridge, Tony Justice, and another local band with connection here with the Terry Law Firm, which is our major sponsor for the fireworks. So there'll be 3 bands that day. We've got other sponsorships that have come in, just to let you know. We hope we do okay, but the Terry Law Firm, of course, is sponsoring the fireworks. Food City sponsors the stage. City of Morristown has stepped up this year and gave us sponsorship money, as well as SEI as a major sponsor. So there's several people, and anybody and everybody can donate if they would like to. Well, you know, this day is for our county. We're giving back to the county part of it. This sponsorship obviously offsets a lot of that cost for entertainment, including the fireworks. But also, we have uniform officers that'll be there most of the day. Does it cover everything? It does not. And the more sponsorship, obviously, we can offset that cost. Yes. Yes, we set aside $5,000 to have somebody do all the parking. That is a major, major, major job. And in the past, EMS has done that. And last year, they backed away from that. So now we've got the 3rd Judicial wing of the nonprofit wing of that. They stepped up and had a lot of their folks do that, along with other assistants, and they earned their money that day. But they helped with the parking. It is. And this year, being the 250, and I don't know how it's going to work out. It all depends on weather. There's a number of things, but we're even having to look at possible contracting shuttle service. Ms. Green?
You mentioned SEI. We have a vote, if I remember my schedule, for next Thursday. It'd be helpful if we could have that information I inquired about, the signage, if it is.
Ma'am, that information was in your packet. If you'll notice, the vote was the public notice. That's all it was needed. That's all. That's why I guess I
hadn't
assumed
went
that you
through-
knew. I assumed that you knew that we're in the budget hearing, but I assumed that you would have understood that the vote is on there for your public meeting, which is, that's all we have to do is your notice in the meeting.
We are in a budget meeting, Ms.
I know,
Green,
but he
so we're not
mentioned
going to
SEI.
discuss.
SEI is
we're
a
not gonna discuss
sponsorship.
it.
Yes.
All righty, if you'll look down at the bottom of the page. Of course, we have a commission meeting Thursday, 5 o'clock, but our next budget meetings will be on Monday, June the 1st, and Thursday, June the 4th. I'm quite sure we will have some additional meetings after that, but we have received a lot of information today. There's a lot for each one to think about. A lot of important decisions to be made, so study your book. Is all minds clear? We're adjourned.